Lipscomb Bison's baseball is on the air. Good afternoon. This is Doc Allen coming to you live from beautiful Kent Dugan Field at Stephen Lee Marsh Stadium on the campus of Lipscomb University in Nashville, Tennessee, as we get set to bring you college baseball action between Lipscomb University and Austin Peay State University. This is a one-game series midweek contest between these two teams. The Austin Peay Governors come in with a season record of 7 wins and 14 losses. They're from the Ohio Valley Conference, and their conference record on the season, 4 wins and 5 losses. The Bisons from the Atlantic Sun Conference have a season record of 7 wins and 11 losses, and they are 2-4 in the Atlantic Sun Conference. Last time out, the Bisons played a 15-inning conference game at North of Alabama on Sunday, and they came up on the short end of that one by a score of 6-5 as North Alabama completed the 3-game sweep of the Bisons in that weekend series. I'm joined today in the booth by my colleague Erica Plunkett. Erica, welcome. And I know that prior to today's game, you had a chance to visit with Coach Forehand.
Yeah, it was great to talk to Coach Forehand. He's excited to get an opportunity to bounce back today after a rough stretch last weekend. They also had the midweek matchup against Vanderbilt here in town where they fell to the Commodores. So he's excited to bounce back when they've got some players coming back today that should also help with that challenge as well.
So let's take a look at today's starting lineups. First, for the visiting Governors from Austin Peay State University, leading off, third baseman, number 1, Gino Avros. Batting second, the right fielder, number 16, T.J. Foreman. Batting third, center fielder, number 28, Garrett Spain. Batting fourth, shortstop, number 3, Bobby Head. Batting fifth, designated hitter, number 20, Ty Delancey. Batting sixth, first baseman, number 10, John McDonnell. Batting seventh, second baseman, number 9, John Bolton. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 13, Tyler Cotto. And batting ninth, the left fielder, number 36, Najee Guthrie. Doing the pitching today for Austin Peay, the junior right-hander Hayden Josephson. Josephson has made 7 appearances on the season. He's started 4 games. He has a no-win, 1-loss record and an ERA of 9.45. The Governors are coached by Travis Jansen, who's in his 6th season. He's assisted by David Weber. Trevor Fitz, the pitching coach. Elliot McCummings is the volunteer assistant. And Kari Smith is the athletic trainer. And now let's take a look at the starting lineup for the homestanding Lipscomb Bisons. Leading off, second baseman, number 8, Haddon Adams. Batting second, the right fielder, number 55, Tyler Tiger Borum. Batting third, doing the designated hitting today, number 1, Chaz Bertolani. Batting fourth, first baseman, number 30, Chris Bachelor. Batting fifth, left fielder, number 5, Carter Smith. Batting sixth, third baseman, number 6, Robbie Merced. Batting seventh, doing the catching today, number 14, Trey Ham. Batting eighth in center field, number 19, Maddox Houghton. And batting ninth at shortstop, number 2, Brian Moore. Starting pitcher today for the Bisons will be the sophomore left-hander Caleb Williams. He's made 4 appearances on the season, all in relief. No wins, no losses, and a 0 ERA in 4 1/3 innings, having given up no runs on the season. The head coach for the Bisons is Jeff Forehand. He's in his 15th season as head coach. He is assisted by pitching coach Grayson Crawford, hitting coach Ryan Price, the director of baseball operations Brian Ryman, and volunteer assistant Will Hawks. The Bisons team manager is Kyle Kalsman, the head groundskeeper is Colby Rawls, and the head baseball athletic trainer is Clint Woods. Our umpires for today's game, behind the plate will be Aaron Davis. At first base will be Stephen Hagan. And at third base will be Todd Henderson. Weather right now at Kent Dugan Field is sunny skies with a few clouds around. The temperature is 75 degrees. The wind is blowing fairly steadily from the south at 16 miles per hour. That'll keep the wind blowing from center field toward the left field line. So we expect that wind to stay with us throughout the day as we expect some weather moving into the area later tonight. But for right now, we're pleased to find a 75-degree day. That may be the warmest day we've had yet for a home game, Erica, and it's nice to feel like spring is coming upon us a bit.
Absolutely, the weather is phenomenal today. The boys can't get too complacent, though, in this weather because Thursday is going to be a little bit chilly when they have their next ASUN series.
Bisons are taking the field, and that means that we're going to step aside for just a moment and enjoy our national anthem. Our national anthem is in the books, and that means we're getting close to baseball action between the Lipscomb Bisons and the Austin Peay Governors. And as I mentioned prior on our broadcast, prior to today's game, Erica had a chance to visit with Bison's head coach, Jeff Forehand.
Coach Forehand, today we take on the Austin Peay Governors. Their record may not be the best, but they are coming off a series win against a common opponent, Belmont. What do you see in this team today?
Well, every game is tough, and Austin Peay's a good team. They've had a good weekend. We're coming off a bad weekend, so we're just excited about get to play for us. I really can't concern myself too much about them. We just need to come out and play a good game on our end. But again, we've got a good opponent. They're going to be ready to play. We're going to be ready to play, and hopefully after our weekend showing, we're ready to crank it back up.
And Caleb Williams gets his first start today. What does he bring to this team?
Caleb is he's a relief pitcher for us, but he's going to basically get his relief innings as a starter today, as we're going to try to have several guys pitch. He was just the guy we decided to go with. So a guy that's going to hopefully get us a good start. No difference in pitching the first and second and third inning, and it would be pitching the seventh and eighth inning. So he's ready for it. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
And you get Robbie Merced back finally. How do you expect him to bounce back today after being out so long?
Well, Robbie has been, had some tough luck with COVID, and then, having some complications afterward that, and it's tough because he's felt fine the whole time, and, doctor knows best, so we waited on to see what they said, and they cleared him yesterday. He's excited, so he'll get back out there, get a start today.
Well, best of luck. Thank you, Coach.
Hey, thank you so much.
Bison's head coach Jeff Forehand visiting with Erica prior to today's game as he previews this matchup between Austin Peay and Lipscomb. Let's set the defense for you here for the Bisons. Defensively, they'll have Carter Smith in left field. Maddox Houghton is in center. Tiger Borum is in right. Robbie Merced back at third base today, as was mentioned in that interview. Brian Moore at shortstop. Haddon Adams at second, and Chris Bashler at first base. Trey Ham doing the catching, and on the mound, the sophomore Caleb Williams. Williams is a 6-foot-tall, 200-pound sophomore from Venice, Florida. He's a transfer from the College of Central Florida. And as we mentioned, he's doing his first start on the season. He's appeared in 4 games, worked 4 1/3 innings, given up 2 hits, no runs, no earned runs, walked 1 and struck out 2. Opposing batters batting just 143 against him. And he'll face Avros, Foreman, and Spain to get this one started for the Bison. So we welcome you for joining us on our broadcast today, and hope you'll sit back and enjoy this contest between Lipscomb and Austin Peay. And we're underway with the first pitch fastball that misses inside for a ball. Avros comes in hitting .265. He started all 20 games for the Governors. No home runs, 11 RBIs on the season, and a .414 on base average. He looks at a fastball that is a strike in there to even the count at a ball and a strike.
We mentioned Caleb Williams is getting his first start on the season. He has made the 4 appearances that you mentioned. He hasn't allowed any runs, but that one is an early hit that will be brought down for a fly out by Tiger Borum deep in right field. Caleb Williams brings a lot of experience to the plate, and he really just does a great job of staying in control of games that he's been put into so far this season.
So 1 down for the Governors, and that'll bring up TJ Foreman, the right fielder. Foreman comes in batting .262 on the season, 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. He leads the club with 8 stolen bases, and he'll look at a fastball down low for ball 1. Yeah, you mentioned Caleb Williams throws a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer, a curve, a slider, a change, and maybe even a forkball in there. So a lot of different pitches, a lot of different looks from this lefty who misses high and tight with a fastball, and it's 2 balls and no strikes on Foreman. As a team, the Governors come in batting .234. They've got 15 home runs on the season in their 21 games. Here comes the 2-0. That's going to miss high for ball 3, and Williams is behind Foreman 3-0. The Austin Peay pitching staff, an ERA of 5.95 on the season. And here comes the 3-0, and that's going to miss inside, and it's a 4-pitch walk for TJ Foreman. So Foreman will be on. We mentioned that he's the stolen base leader for the Governors. He's got 8 steals and 9 attempts. And that'll bring up sophomore Garrett Spain. He's the leading hitter on the team with a .323 average. 3 home runs and 14 RBIs for this sophomore center fielder, Garrett Spain. So he'll bat with a man on and 1 out here in the top half of the first inning. Austin Peay and Lipscomb just getting underway from Ken Dugan Field here on the campus of Lipscomb University. Move's going to go to first, and that's going to get past the first baseman. Bachelor can't get it. It's going to get all the way to the wall. Hatton Adams is going to go over and cut it off, and that's going to allow Foreman to advance to second. So that'll be an error on the pitcher, Caleb Williams. And now a runner will be in scoring position with one out for Spain. Spain is a 5'11", 178 pounds redshirt sophomore. He's out of Clarksville, Tennessee, so a local product for the Governors. And as we mentioned, he's off to an outstanding start, batting .323 on the season. He's started and played in 17 games for the Governors thus far. And he awaits the first pitch here from Caleb Williams. And that's going to be a fastball that's going to be high, and that's going to be a ball and no strikes on Spain. So we mentioned that Williams throws both a four-seamer and a two-seamer, so you'll see movement both away from and toward those left-handed hitters, something to kind of keep an eye on as we go through. Shortstop Moore is shifted up the middle just a little bit, playing behind the runner Foreman, who's on at second with one out here. The 1-0, that's going to be high as well. 2 balls, no strikes on Spain. Dimensions here at Dugan Field, 330 down the lines, 375 to the power alleys, and 400 to straightaway center field. So a symmetric ballpark. And as we mentioned, that wind will be blowing from center towards left throughout much of the day. Looks like our flag is fairly still at the moment. Here comes the 2-0. That's a curveball that catches the outside corner for a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Austin Peay coming in after a productive weekend, a conference series against Belmont, a home series, and they defeated Belmont in 2 of those 3 games. They won on Friday night 13-8. They lost Saturday, or correction, it was doubleheader Friday. Won the first game 13-8, lost the second one 3-2, and then came back on Saturday for an 11-8 win. Here's the 2-1. That's a curveball that misses high, and the count goes to 3-1.
And in that Saturday game, the Govs had 14 hits on the afternoon, and 6 of those hits came from the 2 leadoff men for Austin Peay, Avarice and Foreman. So they're definitely people to keep an eye on as we see if they continue their hot streak.
Caleb Williams has fallen behind Garrett Spain 3-1, and here comes the 3-1 pitch. It's another curveball, and that's going to miss just inside, ball 4. Second walk of the inning, back-to-back walks, and so the Governors have 2 on and 1 out, and that'll bring up shortstop Bobby Head. Head is a junior, and he comes in batting .225. Does have 3 home runs and 12 RBI, so the middle of this Governors lineup, the 3 home runs from Spain, 3 from Head, 4 from Delancey. They've accounted for a majority of the home runs for the team. So a little bit of trouble for the Bisons here in the top half of the first inning. 2 men on, 1 out, and Head batting. Infield is going to shift around now. Shortstop Moore is going to go back to the hole, and second baseman Adams is going to shade the runner at second and try to keep him close. First baseman Bachelor is playing behind the runner at first base. We mentioned earlier, and Erica mentioned with Coach Forehand, Robbie Merced back in the lineup today. He's missed the last 11 games, I believe, for the Bisons, and so I know they're glad to have Robbie back. He's over at third base today, but back in the lineup for his first action in nearly a month. And he swings through an off-speed pitch there. No balls and 1 strike on Head.
And in warm-ups, Merced he looked ready to go. There didn't seem to be any sort of delay from being off that long. I'm sure he's just excited to be back out here. It has been quite a while, and to have last season cut short and then this season to come in again and lose significant amounts of playing time, I know he's going to try to put his best foot forward this entire game.
That one misses inside, and the count leaving a ball and a strike on Bobby Head. Yeah, it's been a tough season for injuries so far. The Bisons have lost a number of players. First baseman Malik Williams still out with a shoulder injury that he suffered a couple of weeks back, and Merced, you mentioned, being out for an extended period of time. So the injury bug has bitten the Bisons a bit here in the early season. Here comes the 1-1. That's a curveball swung on and tapped foul. And the count will be a ball and 2 strikes on Bobby Head.
I know this isn't the start that Caleb Williams wanted to have, but he has started to bounce back, and you can tell that he hasn't let this rattle him too much. He's getting ahead here of Bobby Head. But there is just a little bit of action in the Bison's bullpen. I watched a couple guys walk down there, the previous batter.
That's just off the plate, and that'll even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That looks like a fastball that was riding away. So it's 2-2 on Head now. Again, we're playing in the top half of the first inning. Austin Peay and Lipscomb just underway. If you're just joining us, Averos flied out, and then back-to-back walks to Foreman and Spain. So the Governors have 2 men on with 1 out and a 2-ball, 2-strike count to Bobby Head. That misses low and inside. Good stop by Ham to glove that. Trey Ham getting the start behind the plate today. We mentioned with Merced out of the lineup, you've seen catcher Carter Smith over at third, over at first, and in the outfield. And so Chaz Bertolani caught all games of the weekend, which included that 15-inning affair on Sunday. So he's earned some well-deserved rest. He is in the lineup for designated hitter today, but he's allowed Trey Ham to get the start behind the plate. So here comes the payoff pitch to Head from Williams. Swung on and hit to second base. It's going to be gloved by Haddon Adams. Tries to get the man at first, but is unable to record the out there. But it is a big second out of the inning as Head lines out to Adams for out number 2. And that'll bring up the designated hitter, Ty Delancey. Delancey is a junior. Comes in just batting 185, but as we mentioned, 4 home runs and 11 RBI. So he's the leading home run hitter for this Governors team. And he'll bat now with 2 outs and 2 on in the top of the first inning. Swings to an off-speed pitch there. Gets down in the dirt, but Ham keeps it in front of him, so it's no balls and 1 strike on Ty Delancey. Mentioned that the Governors come in with a record of 7-14. They've already played 9 conference games, and they're 4-5 in the Ohio Valley Conference. We'll try to go back and recap some of their earlier action, as they do have some common conference opponents, and they were scheduled to play the Bisons back on March the 2nd up in Clarksville, but that game got postponed. I'm not sure if it'll be made up yet or not. So first meeting of the season between these two, who typically will play twice per season, once in Clarksville at Austin Peay's campus and once here at Ken Dugan Field. So
one of their previous games, like we have already mentioned, was against Belmont this weekend. The Bisons were also supposed to play Belmont during that COVID pause a few weeks ago, and they are scheduled to take on Belmont next week at Belmont, so they'll go right up the road. And so it'll be interesting to get some common opponent experience before the Bisons go take on their rivals.
That one missed outside, so we got 1 ball and 1 strike on Ty Delancey. Again, 2 men on, 2 out here, top of the first inning, no score, and that's a curveball going to be tapped back to the mound. Williams is going to field it, and he's going to flip over to first, and the Bisons are going to get out of the inning. So the Governors strand 2 runners. There was 1 Bison error, no hits in the inning, and no score. We head to the bottom half of the first. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the home half of the first inning. No score between Austin Peay and Lipscomb. And coming to bat for the Bisons will be the top of the order, Haddon Adams, Tiger Borum, and Chaz Bertolani. To face the junior right-hander Hayden Josephson. Josephson, a 6'2", 177-pound redshirt junior out of Orangevale, California. Prepped at Granite Bay High School. And he's on the hill now for his 5th start of the season. He started 4 games, 7 appearances total, a record of 0 wins, 1 loss, an ERA of 9.45. He's worked 13 1/3 innings, given up 19 hits, 18 runs, 14 earned, 10 walks, and 16 strikeouts. Opponents batting .311 against him. And he faces the Bison's leadoff hitter, Haddon Adams. And he looks at a fastball inside for ball 1.
And Adams is normally who the Bisons turn to if they need some quick offense, but he had a really quiet weekend, only 3 hits on the entire weekend. He went 1 for 3 on both Sunday and Friday, and then Saturday went 1 for 5. So
looks at a fastball through there for strike one. Yeah, it's a quiet weekend by Adams standards, but you know that this is a young man who knows how to swing the bat and will get back in a groove. He comes in batting .270 on the season, 1 home run, 7 RBIs. Here comes the 1-1. Swung on and hit in the air to center field. Spain going back, still going back, still going back. Looks up, it's going to be over his head, up against the wall. Adams is going to jog into second base with a leadoff double.
We mentioned the pretty day that it is, but that means the sun's out and the outfielders have a much bigger challenge trying to get those balls down deep in center field. So great ball by Adams and just a tough time for Garrett Spain to try to go back and get that.
Yeah, Spain had to go a long way. Made a good read on the ball, headed straight back, but that ball was hit well to the deepest part of the ballpark. So Adams is on with a leadoff double, the first Bison's hit of the day, and that'll bring up Tiger Borum, playing in right field today. Borum comes in batting .295, no home runs and 8 RBIs on the season, and we'll see if the Bisons elect to play small ball here early. He is squaring, but that's going to get all the way to the backstop, and so that's going to get Adams over to third base on that wild pitch. And the Bisons are in business with a runner 90 feet from home after just 1 pitch of this second at bat. Looked like Borum was squaring to bunt, but that ball went all the way to the backstop, and no chance there for the catcher Koto. So it'll be a ball and no strikes to Tiger Borum. That's a breaking ball that's going to miss high, and it's quickly 2 balls and no strikes on Borum. Hatton Adams with good speed down at third base. We mentioned he leads the Bisons with 7 stolen bases in 8 attempts. So pretty much a ground ball of any depth here ought to have a chance for him to come home. Here comes the 2-0 to Borum. That's going to miss outside as well. And it's 3 balls, no strikes to Tiger Borum. Designated hitter Chaz Bertolani waits on deck. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. That's going to be through there for a strike. We'll set the Governors defensively. You've got Guthrie in left, Spain in center, Foreman in right, Avros at third, Head at short, Bolton at second, McDonald at first, Koto behind the plate, and the right-hander Hayden Josephson on the mound. He's got a 3-ball, 1-strike count on Tiger Borum. That's going to miss outside for ball 4. So runners will be on the corners, and that'll bring up Chaz Bertolani. Bertolani leading the Bisons in hitting. He's batting .316 on the season. He's got 1 home run and 18 RBIs. Those 18 RBIs also lead the Bisons on the season. Had a 5 RBI day in one of the games against Kennesaw State last weekend. So Chaz has been swinging the hot bat, and he gets a chance to bat here with 2 on, no one out. Bottom of the first inning, no score between Lipscomb and Austin Peay, but the Bisons are already threatening here with runners on the corners and nobody out.
You mentioned that 5 RBI game. I think it might have actually been 6 RBIs once it finally got scored. And he was 4 for 4 on that day. He does a really good job of reading the plate. As catchers, they have to. And he is a dangerous threat for the Bisons.
He looks at a fastball downstairs, ball 1. Yeah, I will owe him an apology. You know, those hitters don't like being cheated out of those RBIs. So my apologies for shortchanging him one. But it was a monster day that Bertolani put up on that day. And we've seen him really swing the bat well. He's a preseason All-Atlantic Sun Conference selection based on the outstanding 2020 campaign that he had. Here comes the 1-0. That's going to miss inside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. So Josephson's had trouble with the strike zone so far. He's fallen behind Bertolani now, 2 balls and no strikes. The cleanup hitter, Chris Bachelor, waits on deck. Bertolani was off to a very hot start last year. We'll talk about it in a moment. Here comes the 2-0. That's going to miss inside. And it is 3 balls and no strikes.
We saw Caleb Williams get into a similar situation with a runner in scoring position and then walking the second batter and letting them on first. And it'll be interesting to see how Josephson responds. Caleb Williams did a really good job of getting the Bisons out of trouble. And now the challenge is on for Josephson to do the same for the Govs.
So that was there for a strike. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Bertolani. Again, Borum running at first, Hatton Adams running at third, nobody out. And that's going to be a strike. Delayed steal there. Borum is going to get in there, and he's going to swipe the base. So he did not take off right away. The pitch was down for a strike. but Borum is going to steal second base on a little bit of a delayed steal. It didn't take off right away. Sometimes you'll see the Bisons run that play to see how the defense reacts, see if they can get that runner in from third. But the Governors did not react through. They threw the ball through to second base, but there was no play there. So Bertolani will have a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Runners second and third in the bottom of the first. Here's the payoff. Swing and hit towards center field. Spain's going to drift over and going to go back. That's going to be deep enough to score the run. And the throw will actually come to third. And the Bisons are on top 1-0.
Chaz did exactly what they needed him to do. And there's another RBI for Chaz Bertolani, or a sacrifice fly, actually, in that case.
Yeah, he gets the RBI on that sac fly that he sends to center field. So that's the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the left fielder Carter Smith. Or correction, that'll bring up Chris Bashler, the first baseman today. Bashler comes in batting .218 on the season. He does have 3 home runs and 13 RBIs. And he hit another one in the weekend series against North Alabama. So 1 out here, bottom of the first inning. Bison's on top of Austin Peay, 1-0. Now you've got Tiger Borum, who advanced over to third base on that sacrifice fly off the bat of Bertolani. And that's a curveball that's going to get in there for strike 1 against Bashler. So Bertolani doing exactly what you wanted, getting that run in. He hit that one well out into center field, and Adams jogged in easily from third. So now the Bisons with a runner at third and 1 out. Bashler waits the 0-1 pitch from Josephson. Another curveball. That one missed outside, and so it's a ball and a strike on Bashler. So far, it looks like we've seen a fastball, slider, and a curveball from Josephson. Tended to rely mostly on that fastball slider combination, it appears. Here comes the 1-1 to Bashler. It looks like a slider is going to miss downstairs, and that's going to be 2 balls and 1 strike.
And Bashler's a player who normally we see in the designated hitting role, but he's had to come in and play first base in Malik Williams' place for the last few games, and he's done a really good job. I was worried earlier on the throwing error from Caleb Williams. The ball went high, and Chris Bashler almost got taken out by the runner, but he was able to bounce up and not sustain any serious injuries from that.
3 balls and 1 strike as that one misses high, so Bashler will await the 3-1 offering from Josephson. Again, Borum, your runner at third. Good speed. Swung on and hit down the left field line. That's going to get down. Guthrie's going to have to go over and chase it. Bashler's going to make the turn at first, and he's going to have to hold there. But he drives in a run on that RBI single, and it's 2-0 Lipscomb.
And it doesn't get any easier for Josephson as Carter Smith comes up to the plate now. Carter Smith has just done a fantastic job. He's played in all 18 games for the Bisons and in a number of different roles. One weekend, I think we saw him play third base, left field, and catcher, which is just a credit to everything that he's able to do and bring in. He's a graduate player with a ton of experience, and the Bisons are really lucky to have him for this season.
And it looks like we're already going to have a pitching change now as pitching coach Trevor Fitz appears to have gone out to the mound, so it looks like we're going to have a change. We'll step aside for just a moment. We're in the bottom half of the first inning, and Lipscomb is leading 2-0. We'll be back in just a moment. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. The new pitcher for the Governors is the freshman right-hander Keegan Mills. Mills is 6 foot tall, 190 pounds. He's a freshman out of Litchfield, New Hampshire. He played at Campbell High School. And he comes on to make his third appearance on the season. He's appeared in relief twice. He's worked 3 1/3 innings, given up 1 hit, 1 run, 1 earned, walked 4, struck out 4 with a 2.70 ERA. Batters are batting just 100 against him. And he will be facing Carter Smith. Again, the reset on the situation. Bisons have already pushed 2 runs across here in the bottom of the first inning. There's 1 out, and we've got Chris Bachelor running at first base, and Carter Smith stands in. And you mentioned Erica Smith's versatility. He's played third base, he's played first base, he's caught, he plays the outfield. The young man's played a lot of baseball and definitely a big contributor to this Bison's team this year as a graduate transfer. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it'll be no balls and 1 strike on Smith. Outfield straight away, deep in right field is the right fielder Foreman. And the third baseman, Avros, has shifted way off the line. So playing Smith a little bit to the pull side here. That's going to be a fastball off the plate, a ball and a strike. Smith, a week ago on Tuesday night, hit a first inning home run against Vanderbilt. A fastball that he turned on and hit all the way down the left field line, got out in a hurry. So
A feat that's not easily achieved against the Commodores. They are by far the best team in the country right now with the top 2 pitchers. And it's just great experience for the Bisons, even if they didn't go get the win, to get over to West End and take care of some practice against the top tier team in the country.
that one's in the dirt. It gets away from Cotto, but not far enough to allow Bachelor to advance. So the count will be 2 balls and 1 strike on Carter Smith. Third baseman Robbie Merced waits on deck. Crowd's still pouring in. If you're in the area, we invite you to come on out and watch some good college baseball. We got a beautiful afternoon here at Lipscomb. As we mentioned, we're expecting rain, but not till late tonight. So 75 degrees and partly cloudy at the field right now, and starting to feel like springtime. So great to see what we consider more of baseball weather. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Instead, it'll go over to first, and they'll chase Bachelor back there. Again, credit to Bison's groundskeeper Colby Rawls, has the field looking outstanding as always, despite the torrential rains in the weekend in the Nashville area. Those of you that are local know that we've had 7 inches of rain over a 24-hour period. That's a fastball high, and it'll make it 3 balls and 1 strike. And we send our best wishes out to everyone still recovering from those floods. It was a very tough weekend for a lot of people in this town, but we know that our community will step up. They've done it before and will do it again. And so we send our best wishes to everyone still dealing with those after effects from the flooding from the weekend. Here comes the 3-1. That's going to miss inside and low. And Carter Smith is going to draw a walk and get to first. That'll push Bachelor over to second. And that will bring up Robbie Merced. We mentioned Merced making just his first appearance in the last month. Last time he appeared in a game, I believe, was way back on February 28th against Creighton. So been a little over a month for Robbie. He comes in batting .292 in the 7 games he appeared in. No homers and 1 RBI. And we'll see how the Bisons elect to play it here with runners on first and second and 1 out. Merced, the sophomore transfer out of Fort Scott Community College. His home is Springfield, Missouri. And the first one hits him. Not like a curveball, and it caught him on the side of the arm. So welcome back to action, Robbie. He gets plunked on his first pitch he sees. So that'll advance Carter Smith to second. Chris Bachelor will go to third, and the bases are now loaded for the catcher, Trey Ham. Trey's had just 4 at-bats on the season. He does have 1 hit in those 4 trips, and so he's going to get a chance to get up there and swing it with the bases loaded and 1 out here. Bottom half of the first inning, Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 2-0 in midweek college baseball action.
And it's surprising me how far back TJ Foreman is playing in right field. Given how the wind is blowing, it wouldn't seem like it would be going deep into right field, maybe deep into left field, but he continues to play very, very deep against the Bisons.
Yeah, good point there. And the left fielder Guthrie's actually pulled quite a ways off the line as well. So Ham swings and hits this one foul off to the right side, so it'll be no balls and 1 strike on Trey Ham. Trey's freshman, COVID freshman, if you will, second year on campus, 6'1", 224 pounds. He's out of Perry, Georgia, and Tatnall Square Academy. And even though Trey's getting one of his early starts here today behind the plate, you know, he's caught a lot of innings because when you're the backup catcher, you catch all of those innings in the bullpen. So he's had a lot of action already. He watches a breaking ball that's going to go down and away, and that'll even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So Bachelor, your runner at third, Carter Smith at second, Robbie Merced at first, 1 out. And the Bison's already with 2 runs home on 2 hits this inning. Second arm for the day on for Austin Peay and Keegan Mills. And that one's going to get behind Cotto. Here comes Bachelor, and he's going to get in to score a run on the wild pitch. I believe that'll go as a wild pitch. That will allow Smith to advance to third. Merced will go up to second. It'll take the count to 2 balls and 1 strike on Trey Ham. We'll see how they score that officially, but that was down in the dirt. Usually when it gets dirt on it, Erica, you're going to find that as a wild pitch, not a pass ball. So 2 balls and 1 strike on Trey Ham. Runner second and third now. That one misses off the plate like a fastball, and it's 3-1 on Ham. Center fielder Maddox Houghton is waiting on deck. The Bisons already have a couple walks in the inning to go along with 2 hits, and they've had a runner hit by pitch. So it's been a tough inning on the mound for the Governors. 2 walks and a batter hit, and they've also surrendered 2 hits. Here comes the 3-1. Swung on and hit foul out of play to the right side, and that'll run the count full on Trey Ham.
And they did officially score that as a wild pitch. There seemed to be a little bit of a miscommunication there between Keegan Mills and Tyler Cotto. Tyler Cotto sort of hesitated for a second before he went and chased down that ball, and that's what prompted Trey Ham to motion Chris Bachelor home and score that run for the Bison. So an interesting breakdown there, but
slowly tap towards third. Third baseman Avros is over to cut it off, and they're going to retire Ham, and the runners have to hold. So nice play by Avros there to get that slow roller off the bat of Ham, and so that'll be 2 outs in the inning. And as we mentioned, that'll bring up center fielder Maddox Houghton. Maddox has been off to a tough start on the season. He does have 3 home runs and 10 RBIs, but starting to see him swing the bat a little better, see the ball a little better, and you know this guy can hit. He's done it for 3 seasons here at Dugan Field, and so simply a matter of time before his bat gets going. But he'll bat now with 2 outs, runners on second and third. The Bisons are up 3-0 here in the bottom half of the first inning. Mills throws a fastball, and that's called a strike, so it'll be no balls and 1 strike. He caught the low inside corner with that one. And so Maddox will stand back in there. Brian Moore, the 9th man in the inning, is on deck and would bat if Maddox Houghton can extend the inning here. The 0-1 is a breaking ball. That's in the dirt, so Cotto having to bounce around. Most of those breaking balls have not been close to this point. That's a 1 ball, 1 strike count on Maddox Houghton.
And Cotto does at least do a good job of keeping that ball in front of him and not allowing Carter Smith to run home.
Yeah, pass ball or wild pitch here is obviously another run. So important defensive play there. Here comes the 1-1. That's a fastball that's going to miss low, and it's going to be 2 balls and 1 strike on Maddox Houghton. Here comes the 2-1, swung on and fouled at the plate. That'll leave the count up at about 2-2. I think that looked like that might have been an off-speed pitch like a slider. So it'll be 2-2 on Maddox Houghton. Again, Carter Smith running at third, Robbie Merced running at second. The Bisons with 3 runs home here in the home half of the first inning, and they lead Austin Peay 3-0. Batting with 2 outs here, and Maddox Houghton is awaiting a 2-2 pitch from Keegan Mills. Scoreboard has it at 2-1. I have us at 2-2 on my score sheet.
I have it as 2-2 as well.
We're going to go with that for now until we see otherwise, although I'm sure Maddox would like the 2-1 count better. He swings and just taps that foul, got a piece to stay alive. And that'll keep the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. So he just spoiled that one off. That was a breaking ball that was a little closer than some of the other ones have been. Just to recap the inning, Adams led off with a double off the wall. Borum walked. Bertolani then hit a sacrifice fly. Bachelor followed with a single. Carter Smith walked. Robbie Merced was hit by a pitch. Trey Ham grounded out, and so that brings us to Houghton. Run also scored via wild pitch. Here comes the 2-2, and he's going to get called out on a slider there, strike 3. So the Bisons wind up stranding 2 runners, but it's a very productive inning as they pick up 3 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors. There was the wild pitch, and we've played 1 full inning. Your score, Lipscomb 3, Austin Peay 0. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the top half of the second inning, and your score, Lipscomb 3, Austin Peay 0, and the left-hander Caleb Williams will go back out for his second inning of work. Did give up a couple of walks in the first inning, but escaped with a line out to second baseman Haddon Adams, and then a ground out tapper back to the mound. So he'll face the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for the Austin Peay Governors, John McDonald, John Bolton, and Tyler Koto batting here, top half of the second inning. McDonald is at first base today. Comes in batting .267 on the season. No home runs and 9 RBIs. And that's a fastball that's going to miss high for ball 1. Like another fastball missing high. 2 balls, no strikes. So Williams working quickly out there. And we're going to have a quick visit to the mound from Coach Jeff Forehand. So Coach Forehand ran out there as if he had been shot out of a gun, Eric. I saw him sprint out. He must have seen something pretty quickly there that he wanted to communicate to his sophomore left-hander, Caleb Williams. Give us a chance to talk about the upcoming schedule for the Bisons. We mentioned that just came off a weekend series against North Alabama. This weekend, new opponent here to Dugan Field, Bellarmine, new member of the Atlantic Sun Conference, will come in for a 3-game series. First game Thursday night at 6 p.m., Friday night at 6 p.m., and Saturday at 2 p.m. So a Thursday, Friday, Saturday series, conference play, Lipscomb and Bellarmine this weekend here at Dugan Field. And there's a off-speed pitch that floats in for strike 1, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Whatever Coach Forehand said to Caleb Williams must have worked, because a quick strike after that mound meeting.
That's a fastball that's going to miss outside, and so it's going to be 3 balls and 1 strike. Got a little activity down in the Bison's bullpen. It looks like that freshman right-hander Patrick Williams is throwing down there. Here comes the 3-1, swung on and hit in the air to center field. Houghton's going to take a couple steps back, and he's going to field it there for the first out of the inning. So that'll bring up second baseman John Bolton. Bolton is playing in his 17th game. He started 8. He's batting just .139 on the season. He's only got 36 at-bats. No home runs and 2 RBIs. He is at second base today for the Governors. That one's going to miss for ball 1. So we mentioned some of the common opponents. We'll go back through and talk to you a little bit about the teams that Austin Peay has faced so far this season. But first, the 1-0. That's going to be through there for a strike. Fastball is a ball and a strike. So,
and we've mentioned the common opponents, but another connection between these two teams is that the Bison's pitching coach, Grayson Crawford, was actually the pitching coach of the Austin Peay Governors until January of last year. So January 2020, he came over to the Bisons and has done a great job with the pitching staff. And so he knows the Governors team very well. And I'm sure that's giving him a little bit of an advantage going into this matchup this afternoon.
Swung on and tapped foul there. That'll make the count a ball and 2 strikes on John Bolton. So speaking of common opponents, the Governors went up to Tennessee, played the 17th ranked Volunteers, and lost 5-3 back on March the 3rd. They also have had a game postponed against Middle Tennessee, and then they lost 2 of 3 at Tennessee Tech. Here comes the 1-2, and that's a fastball outside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Governors did go up to Louisville, and they defeated Bellarmine 9-1 in a midweek game back on March 23rd. So there's a common opponent between these two. And then we mentioned the series with Belmont this past weekend. That's hit back up the middle. Brian Moore is going to range to his left. He's going to field and throw on to first, and he'll retire Bolton for the second out of the inning. So Bolton grounds out 6-3. That'll bring up your catcher, Tyler Koto. Koto just 5 at-bats on the season, still looking for his first hit. Koto is a redshirt freshman out of Goodyear, Arizona, 6'4", 198 pounds, and he's going to stand in there and bat with 2 outs and the bases empty. We're in the top half of the second inning, and Lipscomb is leading Austin Peay 3-0. That one bounces about 3 or 4 feet in front of the plate. Trey Ham picks it up and says, "Throw that one out there, home plate umpire Aaron Davis, because something's wrong with that one. It seemed to not go where we all intended it to go." So 1 ball, no strikes on Koto. Number 8 hitter in the lineup. Guthrie would be next if Koto can extend the inning here. That's a fastball that's inside and high, so 2 balls and no strikes. Speaking of schedules, the Governors this weekend will be in Richmond to play a 3-game series at Eastern Kentucky. That'll be 1 on Friday and 2 on Saturday. for a conference game in the Ohio Valley Conference. Here comes the 2-0. That one must have missed high as well. It's 3 balls and no strikes against Koto. Some other common opponents that the clubs share. The Governors will play at Vanderbilt on April 20th. They also visit North Alabama a week later on the 27th. That's a fastball through there, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Koto. And then the Governors, again, will host Bellarmine on May the 4th. So they're playing a home and away series with ASUN opponent Bellarmine, and they'll get one more against Belmont as well in there. Here comes the 3-1. That's going to miss inside and low. Ball 4. So Koto's aboard with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Najee Guthrie, the left fielder. Guthrie just 14 at-bats on the season, 3 hits on those tries, no homers and 1 RBI. He is in left field today. 5'10", 177-pound freshman out of Miami, Florida, Mater Lakes Academy. So a lot of times in these midweek games, Erica, you'll see some of the younger guys that may not be playing as much on the weekend. It's a good chance for them to get some at-bats and also get some mound work for the pitching staff. Williams starts them off with a fastball through there for a strike.
Absolutely. Coach Forehand mentioned it early. He doesn't expect Caleb Williams to pitch a super long stretch of time today. He wants to get basically relief innings here to lead off the game. So I expect to see Caleb Williams maybe for another inning or couple innings, and then we'll see some more pitchers come out for the Bisons. We already saw a pitching change for the Governors. So this will be an opportunity for a lot of players to get to see some playing time, and a really good opportunity for the coaches to see who they have as they move down the stretch.
Swung through that one, so it's no balls and 2 strikes on Guthrie with 2 outs, and he swings through that one as well. It's going to be gloved by Ham. So first strikeout on the day for Caleb Williams, and there'll be nothing doing for the Governors here in the top half of the second inning. They do strand another runner. They've stranded 3 runners through 2 innings, and your score in the middle of the first inning, Lipscomb 3, Austin Peay 0. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the bottom half of the second inning. And batting for the Bisons will be 9-1-2. Brian Moore, Haddon Adams, and Tiger Borum. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 3-0 here. We're glad you're with us on Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. I want to send a special shout out to all our family members that are watching. We know that many of you are not able to be here in person, and so we're glad you're able to join us on our broadcast. I know that we've got a lot of grandparents and aunts and uncles and others that tune in on these broadcasts, so we're happy to bring it to you here from Dugan Field. And Brian Moore is going to stand in and face Keegan Mills to start the bottom half of the second. And he floats a curveball in there for strike 1.
And Brian Moore is the only batter for the Bisons that did not get to bat in the first inning. The Bisons had a really productive first inning. They did leave 2 runners stranded, so Coach Forehand would love to see that cleaned up. But in general, they did a really good job of being aggressive early in this game and trying to get some early hits and bounce back from their weekend series.
Fastball over the outside corner, and it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes on Moore. He comes in hitting .218 on the season, 1 home run and 5 RBIs. And here comes the 0-2, and it's a breaking ball in the dirt, and that'll make the count a ball and 2 strikes. Try to catch you up on the scoreboard as we have chances through the day today. Most of the other Atlantic Sun Conference teams are in action in addition to Lipscomb here. Currently, Duke is leading Liberty 4-2 in the top of the 5th inning, and Florida Gulf Coast leading at Florida Atlantic 5-0 in the 2nd inning. Swung on and hit foul. The count will remain a ball and 2 strikes. Later tonight, Stetson is at South Florida. Jacksonville is at UCF. Bellarmine is playing at Kentucky tonight. North Alabama has already had their game against Ole Miss postponed. They were supposed to play that tonight in Oxford. That's been postponed due to inclement weather. And that's your ASUN schedule. Here comes the 1-2. That's going to bounce up there as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Brian Moore. Top of the order, Haddon Adams is on deck. A couple of other common opponents. Tennessee Martin leading Belmont 2-0 in the bottom of the second. And future ASUN members next year, Jacksonville State hosting Samford tonight. Eastern Kentucky hosting Kentucky State. And here comes the pitch, and that's going to be a fastball that's going to miss downstairs. So Morse brought the worked the count all the way back to 3-2 after being down 0-2. Also tonight, Tennessee hosting Western Carolina, and future ASUN member Central Arkansas has a tall task. They're playing at #1 Arkansas tonight. So here comes the payoff pitch to Brian Moore. That's going to miss downstairs as well. So good at bat there from Brian Moore. He starts in an 0-2 hole, works the count all the way back up, and he'll be on first base for the top of the order, Haddon Adams. Haddon started things off for the Bisons in the bottom of the first inning with a double off the wall in center field. So he's 1 for 1 in the day. Came in batting .270 on the season, 1 home run, 7 RBIs. Moore with good speed at first. He's 4 for 4 on stolen bases on the season. So we'll see if the Bisons look to get him in motion. For the season, the Bisons are 30 of 39 on steals, and that's in 18 games. So the Bisons attempting about 2 swipes per game on the base pass, and we'll see how Coach Forehand likes to play it. Third baseman Avros is coming in on the grass at third, and Adams is not squaring, and he looks at a breaking ball outside for 1 ball and no strikes. Infield at double play depth up the middle, outfield pretty straight away, although as Erica mentioned earlier, the right fielder Foreman really likes that fence in right field. He's playing pretty deep out there with all of these Bison's hitters. Otherwise, a pretty traditional alignment. Here comes the 1-0. He does square and takes that one away for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes on Haddon Adams.
And Brian Moore just pushed the count full to get that walk a minute ago. Adams is ahead in the count 2-0, but he's another player that even if he had gotten down in the count 0-2, could easily push it to a full count. Brian Moore and Haddon Adams have a lot of experience and are really patient at the plate until they get exactly what they want. So really key members of the Bison's team to make a huge impact.
Well, swung on and hit foul, and as you saw, it drifted out of play on the right side. So it'll be 2 balls and 1 strike on Haddon Adams here. Haddon was the Atlantic Sun Conference preseason player of the year as voted by the coaches, coming back for his last year here in Nashville after having an outstanding 2019 campaign and getting off to a good start in 2020. He's squaring and bunting it, and it's going to go foul, and that's going to make the count 2 balls and 2 strikes on Haddon Adams. Adams does not have a sacrifice on the season, according to the stats that I have. So you'd have to think here with 2 strikes that you wouldn't see the bunt. Although I will say, Erica, in Sunday's game against North Alabama, 2 different times the North Alabama Lions put the bunt on. Runner's going, pitches outside, and he's going to get in there and steal a base. So Brian Moore with his 5th stolen base on the season. Great jump there, and he was in there easily. That one missed downstairs, and so now we've gone to a full count on Haddon Adams after Brian Moore worked the count full. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. Moore running at second, nobody out. Bottom of the second inning, Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 3-0. So as I mentioned, North Alabama twice in the game had batters execute a bunt with 2 strikes. Rarely do you see that. Both of those were actually successful in getting the ball into play. In one of those, however, it went right back to the pitcher, and they had runners first and second, and the runner was cut down at third. So here comes the payoff, way outside ball 4. So Haddon Adams is going to be aboard, works a walk, and that's back-to-back walks for Keegan Mills, and that'll bring up Tiger Borum, the right fielder. Borum walked and stole a base and came around to score on a sacrifice fly, or advanced to third on a sacrifice fly, scored on a wild pitch back in the first inning. So,
And it's been a rough go for Mills so far. That's his 3rd walk so far, and he also had a hit by pitch against Robin Merced, so he just hasn't had as much control over the pitch today as he would like. It will be interesting to see if he can have some short-term memory and just try to forget about the first inning and get more aggressive towards these Bison batters.
do see some activity down in the Governor's bullpen. Can't catch a number from here, but we'll keep an eye on that. And that's going to miss outside and high to Tiger Borum. So 1 ball, no strikes on Borum. Again, we'll see how the Bisons elect to play it with Borum batting. Borum does have a couple of bunts on the season for sacrifice this year. Double play depth still up the middle. Third baseman Avros is on the grass at third, and Borum is bunting, and he bunts through it for strike 1. That'll be a ball and a strike on Tiger Borum. And we'll see again how Coach Forehand elects to play this. Wind has picked up a bit, as we mentioned. It's blowing in from center field towards the left field line. Could be a factor on some of the fly balls. He pops this one in the air toward the third base side. Diving attempt. Great play by Avros. Wow, what a play there by third baseman Avros. He came hard after that ball, and on a diving attempt, he feels it in foul territory for the first out of the inning. So tip your cap to Avros. Terrific play by the third baseman there and catching that bunt off the bat of Borum.
Absolutely. I didn't think he was going to get to that ball, and he surprised us all and just made a great play, giving the Governors kind of a breath of fresh air for a second, a little bit of a breather here. Even though they have 2 batters on, that was crucial to get that out because Robbie Merced, or rather Tiger Borum, is another player who can really get aggressive and get on base like we saw in the first inning. So
Chaz Bertolani will stand in, and looks like we've got a balk called. The runners are going to move up 90 feet. So a break there for the Bisons. Adams is going to go to second, and Brian Moore is going to go to third on that balk. I actually didn't see it. I was looking down at my score sheet, but that was called by third base umpire Todd Henderson. So second and third now. The Bisons net out where they might have had there been a bunt attempt because they've got 1 out, and now they've got runners on second and third. And looks like we, again, are going to have a pitching change here for the Governors. So we'll step aside for a moment. Again, our situation is Lipscomb 3, Austin Peay 0. We're playing in the bottom half of the second inning. And you're watching Lipscomb Bisons baseball on YouTube Live. New pitcher on for the Austin Peay Governors. He's the right-hander, redshirt freshman, number 49, Drew McElwain. 6'1", 203-pounder out of Waverly, Tennessee. Played at Waverly Central High School. And Erica, you've got his stat line for the season.
he has a 4.91 ERA. This is his 5th appearance. He doesn't have a record, but he has pitched 7 1/3 innings, allowing 5 hits and 5 runs and walking 5. He had 9 strikeouts in those 7 innings.
So the Bisons have 2 men on for the designated hitter Chaz Bertolani. Again, to recap the inning, Brian Moore started off with a walk. He stole second, and then Haddon Adams promptly walked. Tiger Borum popped out on a bunt attempt, but there was a balk, and that allowed Adams to advance to second and Brian Moore to advance to third. So Chaz Bertolani stands in. He had a sacrifice fly back in the first inning. That was his 19th RBI on the season, and he'd love to pick up 1 or 2 more here as he faces McElwain. Swung on and hit, and he's going to do just that. Base hit into left field. Here comes Moore. Adams is going to be waved around as it's misplayed by Guthrie in left field, and there are going to be 2 runs to score. So 2 RBIs for Chaz Bertolani.
And the Bisons have just grown accustomed to Chaz coming in and getting those RBIs. The Governors have had a really rough couple innings to start this off, and just a reminder, we're only in the second inning. We're 54 minutes into this game, and there's already been 3 pitchers in for the Governors. It is a midweek game. You expect to see a lot of pitchers, but I don't know that the Governors staff was planning on having this many pitchers this early in the game.
Chris Bachelor stands in, 1 for 1 on the day. He singled and scored a run back in the 3-run first inning for the Bisons, and Bertolani's running at first. And again, 1 out here, and that one's going to miss inside and low for ball 1 against Bachelor. Again, Bachelor came in batting just .218, but 3 home runs and 13 RBIs on the season. We've seen Chris's bat get a little bit hotter here recently. So Bertolani with decent speed at first base, and they're actually going to chase him back over there. He's doing a little bit of this vault lead that you'll see the Bisons use, where they'll take only a step or two off the bag, and then as the pitcher gets deeper into their hold, they'll add a step or two. So we'll keep an eye on Bertolani at first. Bison's up 5-0, bottom half of the second inning. 2 more runs home this inning after 3 in the bottom half of the first. And the third Governor's pitcher of the day, Drew McElwain, set to work. Here's the 1-0, swung on and hit deep in the air to left field. That is going to get out of here. Home run for Chris Bachelor.
It looked effortless. Chris Bachelor, we know, can hit him deep. But that was a beautiful home run, and the Governors had no chance at that one, and they knew it as soon as he hit it.
That was hit and got out of here in a hurry over the left center field fence. So the 4th home run on the season for Bachelor, and that'll be RBIs number 14 and 15. And the Bisons have stretched their lead to 7-0 here in the second inning, still with 1 out. So nice to see, as I mentioned, Chris Bachelor getting hot at the plate again, as he ripped that one after having homered in the weekend series against North Alabama. And that'll bring up Carter Smith. Smith walked back in the first inning, so 0 for 0 officially on the day. Comes in again, 15 hits and 64 at-bats on the season. 2 homers and 8 RBIs. We mentioned one of those homers coming last Tuesday in the contest at Vanderbilt. And he swings and taps this one into center field. Center fielder is coming on, and he's going to glove at Spain with a nice running catch there for the second out of the inning. So Smith hit it firmly, but a nice running catch there from Garrett Spain in center, and that'll be the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up Robbie Merced. Merced, as we mentioned, having his first action in over a month, and in his first at-bat, he was promptly plunked by the first pitch, hit by the pitch, wound up getting stranded on the bases for the Bisons in that first inning. So Merced bats 2 outs, bases empty. Lipscomb leading 7-0 over Austin Peay in the bottom half of the second inning. And the lights have come on here at Dugan Field as we're getting a few more clouds in. Erica tells me that we've got a projected arrival of some rain maybe between the 6 and 7 o'clock hour, so we'll hopefully get as much baseball in as we can. That's a breaking ball across for a strike, 0-1 to Merced.
I know severe thunderstorms are expected at 6 o'clock, but we mentioned the flooding this weekend, and I'm sure this field is still a little bit damp from that this weekend, so just something to keep an eye on, how long they'll let them play in the rain today.
That was a fastball to miss low and inside, so it's a ball and a strike on Robbie Merced. Shortstop Head is advanced back over into the hole. They're playing Merced to the pull side. Here comes the 1-1. That's an off-speed pitch going to miss high, and it'll be 2 balls and 1 strike on Robbie Merced. McElwain gets set to bring the 2-1. And he swings through a fastball there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You did mention, Erica, that long layoff that Merced has had. Obviously, he's going to try to stay sharp. He's taking batting practice. He's taking ground balls, but there's really just no substitute for that game action, and it's tough to duplicate that intensity that you see when you're standing in the batter's box there. So we know it'll take Robbie a little time to get back in rhythm. He was off to an excellent start, as we mentioned before that break, batting .292. And he awaits the 2-2. Instead, McElwain's going to step off the mound and take a deep breath and come back and get set again to throw to Merced.
You mentioned he was off to a hot start, but his last game was February 28th, so he was still getting warmed up into season play. And so I don't even know that we were seeing him at his full potential when he was playing that well back over a month ago.
Breaking ball misses low, and that'll make the count full. So 3 balls, 2 strikes on Robbie Merced. The catcher, Trey Ham, waits on deck if Merced is able to extend the inning. And here comes the payoff from McElwain. Call strike 3, slider over the outside corner. So nice pitch there, and McElwain is able to get the Governors out of the inning, but not before the Bisons again strike. This time they get 4 more runs courtesy of 2 hits. They did not strand anyone in this inning, and we've played 2 full innings in your score. Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 0. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the top half of the third inning, and we've got a new pitcher on for the Bisons. He's freshman right-hander Patrick Williams, 6'7", 199 pounds, out of Cleveland, Tennessee, in Cleveland High School. Williams is on, making his 5th appearance of the season. He's pitched 4 1/3 innings, all in relief thus far. He's given up 7 hits and 6 earned runs, walked 5, struck out 5. And so Williams is on to face the top of the order for the Governors. It'll be Avros, Foreman, and Spain. Top of the third inning, and Lipscomb on top 7-0. 7 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error for the Bisons. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Governors. And Avros started things out flying out to right field back in the bottom half of the first inning off of Caleb Williams. And Patrick Williams takes over here in the top of the third. And he'll miss with a fastball. It'll be 1 ball and no strikes. Williams, a hard-throwing right-hander, as we mentioned. You'll see a 4-seam fastball from him. You'll see a curve and a changeup. Really comes from that over-the-top slide off that tall frame. And there's a swinging and a ball hit to short. Moore's going to glove it, throw to first, and Bachelor is not going to be able to record the out because he had to leap to get the throw. So that'll be a throwing error, I believe, on the shortstop Moore. And that'll put Avros on.
Bachelor's really had a tough time there at first base today. He's had to jump for quite a few balls from that one from Moore earlier from Adams, and then one earlier also from Caleb Williams. So he's done a good job of taking care of first base, but it hasn't been his easiest day.
Avros is on. He's got 2 steals in 4 attempts on the season, and that'll bring up TJ Foreman. Foreman walked and advanced to second on an overthrow on an errant pickoff throw, but then got stranded there for the Governors back in the first inning. So he bats now with nobody out and a man on first, and that's a fastball that's going to miss outside. 1 ball and no strikes on Foreman. Foreman again came in batting .262 on the season, 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. And he's playing out in right field today for the Governors, the junior TJ Foreman. He awaits the 1-0 pitch. And that's going to miss way high. Looked like he might show bunt there. But he pulled back off of it. It'll be 2 balls and no strikes. So third baseman Merced is a step or 2 behind the grass in case there is a bunt here. You wouldn't think you'd be bunting down 7 runs, but we're still early in this one, top of the third inning, and it's 7-0. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay. Wind has really picked up and is blowing towards left field. Left fielder Smith is way over toward the line now. Here comes the 1-0. Swings through that one, and it's a ball and a strike, or correction, 2 balls and 1 strike is what I have on my score sheet on TJ Foreman. Houghton is shifted over in center field, a little bit toward the right field side, and the right fielder Borum is actually playing in a bit. Double play depth up the middle with Moore and Adams, your shortstop and second baseman. And here comes the 2-1 to Foreman. Swings and taps that foul, and that'll make the count 2-2. Again, I want to send along well wishes to Patrick Williams' grandparents. I know, Erica, that they watch every game on YouTube, so I believe they're watching up in Ohio, and we send along hello wishes. I know they're enjoying watching their grandson compete here. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes, and here it comes, and that's going to miss high. I believe that'll run the count full. So scoreboard has us at 2-2. I've got us full. Let's see if our home plate umpire can help us out on the dispute here. Not seeing any notation, so regardless, we both agree that there are 2 strikes on TJ Foreman, and here comes Williams' pitch. And he swings and taps it towards second. It might be 2. Flip over to Moore for 1. Throw to first. Double play in time. 4-6-3 double play as Adams got that ball and got rid of it quickly. It was not hit extremely sharply, and so good play to turn there in the middle as Adams slipped over to Brian Moore, who went to first, and that quickly erases the base runner and makes 2 outs.
I mentioned Chris Bachelor's had to make a number of grabs today, and that one was no different. He almost ended up in the splits, but made the catch and got the out. So great job by the Bisons. They still have not allowed a hit on the Governors so far. They have 4 hits and 7 runs, whereas the Governors have 0 runs off of 0 hits.
That was foul straight back, so Williams gets ahead of Garrick Spain. No balls and 1 strike. Spain walked and was stranded back in the first inning. Again, he comes in batting .323, 3 homers and 14 RBIs on the season. So excellent start to the season for Garrett Spain, the redshirt sophomore out of right there in Clarksville, Tennessee. And he's playing in center field today for the Governors. Here comes the 0-1. And he swings through that one as an off-speed, like a slider, and nothing in 2. Getting word that apparently one of the pitches in the previous at-bat, the batter had called time, and so that was a no pitch. So that was the discrepancy in our count there. Appreciate our viewers always keeping us honest on that. We don't have audio up here that we can hear the field, so it's tough for us to hear some of those calls that are made. But regardless, it's no balls and 2 strikes on Garrett Spain, and here comes Patrick Williams to the plate. And he swings in strike 3. So great inning from Patrick Williams, as he has nothing doing for the Governors here in the top half of the 3rd inning. So we're in the middle of the 3rd. Your score, Lipscomb 7 and Austin Peay 0. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Your score, Lipscomb 7 and Austin Peay 0. And the Bisons will be sending 7, 8, 9 up to the plate. Ham, Houghton, and Moore to face Drew McElwain. He's the 3rd Governor's pitcher on the day. Josephson started, worked just a 1/3 of an inning, gave up 3 runs, 3 earned. And then Mills worked an inning, giving up 2 runs, 2 earned. And McElwain worked 2/3 of an inning. He's given up 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned. Hasn't struck out, 1 strikeout, no walks. And he faces Trey Ham here to start the bottom of the 3rd, and it's a fastball high for ball 1. Ham grounded out to the 3rd baseman Averos back in the 1st inning. Softly hit ball off the end of the bat, so he stands in there looking for his first base hit on the day. Swung on and hit, and he's going to do just that. He hits it into center field for a base hit. So there's Trey Ham's first base hit on the season. And he's aboard with nobody out here to start the 3rd inning for the Bisons. That'll bring up center fielder Maddox Houghton. Maddox was a strikeout victim back in the 1st inning. So,
And for the 3rd consecutive inning, the Bison's leadoff man has reached base. So the Govs have been working from behind really this whole game. And it's shown on the scoreboard as we're now 7-0, Bison's in the lead.
5th hit on the day for the Bisons, and Ham running at first, and Maddox Houghton gets ready. And he looks at an off-speed pitch that stays outside, so it'll be a ball and no strikes on Maddox. 3rd baseman Averos is even with a bag at 3rd. You would doubt the bunt's on here at a 7-0 score. Head and Bolton are usual double play depth up the middle. Outfield straight away and normal depth except for right, which continues to be a little deep with Foreman. Swung on, and that like a slider that he fouled back. That leaving the count at a ball and a strike on Maddox Houghton. We mentioned the A-Sun teams in action. There's been a little bit of difference in the number of conference games played so far. Some teams have played 3 weekends of conference games. Some have only played 2. And this year they've split the conference into North and South Division. We'll tell you more about that after this 1-1 pitch to Houghton. That looked like a slider that stayed inside, and it'll be 2 balls and 1 strike. So the North Division is Liberty, Kennesaw State, Bellarmine, Lipscomb, and North Alabama. And the South Division is North Florida, Stetson, Florida Gulf Coast, and Jacksonville. So all the Florida schools grouped together in that South Division. Throw's going to go to first, and Ham is back. Liberty currently leading the North Division with a 5-1 record. Kennesaw State in second place at 4-2, and then Bellarmine has already played 3 series, as we mentioned. They have a 4-5 record in conference play. Lipscomb at 2-4, North Alabama at 3-6. Here comes the 2-1 to Houghton, swung on and hit down to 3rd, gloved by Averos. He's going to throw over to 2nd for 1 and back to 1st, and not in time. So they retire Ham on the fielder's choice at 2nd. Nice play by Averos, long throw across the diamond. And that'll be the first out of the inning as Houghton grounds into the fielder's choice 5-4. That'll bring up Brian Moore. Moore walked and scored a run back in the second inning. He stole a base and advanced on a balk. And then scored on the single off the bat of Jazz Bertolani. So he'll bat with 1 out, a runner at first. That's Maddox Houghton. Houghton with good speed. He is 3 for 4 in steals on the season. And he's got a fairly robust lead over there at first base. Not running, and swung on and hit way deep foul on the left side. That one goes way out of here, but it's a foul ball off the bat of Brian Moore. And whatever that was, he was expecting it. Really sat on that pitch and hit it a long way. Going back to our standings in the Southern Division, North Florida is leading that division with a 3-0 record. Stetson at 2-1, Florida Gulf Coast 1-2, Jacksonville 0-3. So still very early in the ASUN season, but that's how the divisions line up.
And you're seeing this across most collegiate sports. Things are a lot more divided, a lot more regionalized, so that travel is minimized with the COVID pandemic. And it's been interesting to see how that plays into tournament games. So sometimes we've seen some big upsets, especially in the March Madness tournament. There's a lot of teams that people did not expect to go this far just because of the difference in playing time that these schools had coming in.
Comes the 1-1. He squares as if he's going to bunt. He pulls back, and the ball's going to get all the way to the backstop. So he did not contact that ball. He pulled back, and it missed high. The count's going to be 2 balls and 1 strike on Brian Moore, but the wild pitch is going to allow Maddox Houghton to get down to second base. So Houghton down at second now. 1 out. Houghton reached on the fielder's choice. That retired Ham. And so it'll be a 2-ball, 1 strike count on Brian Moore. Top of the order, Haddon Adams is waiting on deck. Lipscomb leading 7-0 in the bottom of the third inning. Here comes the 2-1. That's going to be a fastball that'll stay high. And it'll be 3 balls and 1 strike on Brian Moore.
The strike zone has just really not been a fan of the Governor's pitchers today. There's been many times they're sitting at 3 balls against the Bison's batters.
That's fouled straight back, and it is going to stay in play, and a nice play there by the catcher Koto. He caught it just inside the screen, and he's going to retire Brian Moore for the second out of the inning. So Moore fouls out to the catcher, and that's 2 outs now, and we will go back to the top of the order, and second baseman Haddon Adams. He's batting already for the 3rd time. He's batted once in each inning. He led off the Bison's first inning with a double and came around to score. He walked and scored a run in the second inning. So 1 for 1 on the day with 2 runs scored for the fine senior second baseman, preseason Atlantic Sun Conference Player of the Year, Haddon Adams. And he'll bat with 2 outs. Runner at second, that's Maddox Houghton with good speed. And he's going to look at a fastball high for a ball and no strikes. So nice play there by the catcher Koto. I thought that was going to reach the stands, but it did not. It came straight back, and as a result, he was able to glove it just in front of the wall. That's going to be tapped towards the shortstop. Head's going to glove it. Clutches once, throws over to first, and he'll retire Adams. So the Bisons do not score. First time they've been retired scoreless throughout the day. We've played 3 full innings. Your score, Lipscomb 7 and Austin Peay 0. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the top half of the 4th inning. Lipscomb is leading Austin Peay 7-0, and Right-hander Patrick Williams back out for his second inning of work. He worked an outstanding third inning. Setting the Governors down with no action, and he will face the heart of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Head, Delancey, and McDonald here to lead off the fourth. Head lined out to second baseman Haddon Adams back in the first inning, so 0 for 1 on the day. Came in batting .225, but with 3 home runs and 12 RBIs for the junior, Bobby Head, who is at shortstop today. Head, a 6'6", 218-pound redshirt junior out of Winter Garden, Florida, and West Orange High School. And Patrick Williams has him swing through a slider, and it'll be no balls and 1 strike on Head. And if you just joined us, the Bisons put up 3 runs in the bottom of the first. They added 4 more in the bottom of the second. Neither team scored in the third. So we're here in the top of the fourth, and it's 7-0 Lipscomb. And that's a slider, or fastball rather, that gets in there for a strike, a ball and a strike. Or correction, no balls, 2 strikes. 2 strikes to Bobby Head. Patrick Williams getting quickly ahead of him here. And the 0-2 pitch, that's a slider that's going to stay downstairs, so now it'll be a ball and 2 strikes on Head. Again, we'll try to update you on some of the scores of area teams and also the Atlantic Sun Conference teams as they come in here. Most of the teams in action today for that midweek game, but first the 1-2 from Williams. That fastball is going to stay high, and it'll even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So in some area games, Tennessee Martin is leading Belmont 2-1 in the bottom of the third. I believe that's across town at Rose Park here in Nashville. Again, Samford and Jacksonville State will play tonight, as will Kentucky State and Eastern Kentucky, and that one misses just off the plate, and it'll make it a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Bobby Head. Duke continues to lead Liberty 4-2. They're in the bottom of the 6th now at Duke. Florida Gulf Coast leading Florida Atlantic 8-0 in the third inning, and Stetson in South Florida just underway. Stetson leading 1-0 in the top of the first inning. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that's a slider that misses downstairs, ball 4. So Head's going to draw a leadoff walk and bring up designated hitter Ty Delancey. Delancey grounded back to the pitcher Caleb Williams in the first inning, so he's 0 for 1 on the day. Comes in batting just 185 on the season, but he does lead the team with 4 home runs and 11 RBIs. So Delancey in the role of designated hitter today. He's listed as a utility player on the roster, 5'10", 191-pound redshirt junior out of Dallas, Georgia, and East Paulding High School. That one's going to miss inside. It's a fastball for 1 ball and no strikes.
And it may only be the 4th inning, but I think this is a crucial inning for the Govs. They still don't have a hit. They've only reached base via the walk. And when you're down 7-0, any sort of offense can help shift the momentum of the game just to kind of breathe some new life into them.
Fastball misses high, 2 balls and no strikes on Delancey. First baseman McDonald waits on deck. Scores we gave you, the only games that are underway. Some other ones planned tonight. Jacksonville playing at UCF, a 6 p.m. Central start. Bellarmine is at Kentucky at 6:30 p.m. Central. We've already mentioned North Alabama's game against Ole Miss has been postponed, and Western Carolina at Tennessee tonight. And that fastball misses high as well. It's 3 balls and no strikes on Ty Delancey. Coach Forehand's going to jog out to the mound and have a chat with Patrick Williams. While he does, gives us a chance to talk about the upcoming schedule. Again, the Bisons are hosting Bellarmine for a 3-game series this weekend, but it's unusual. Instead of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this one is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So Thursday's game is at 6 p.m., Friday's game at 6 p.m., and Saturday's game at 2 p.m. We invite you to come out to the ballpark. While there are COVID restrictions in place, there's a lot of grassy open area along the berms on first and third base side, so plenty of room for people to find a place to spread out, bring the family out, and watch some great college baseball action between Lipscomb and Bellarmine. The Bisons will then be on the road for an extended trek. They'll be at Belmont on the 6th. Then they play 3 at Liberty and 2 at Pittsburgh. The Panthers ranked in the top 25. So 6 straight games away from Dugan Field after this weekend's home series. Here's the 3-0, and that misses just off the outside edge of the plate. So back-to-back walks here for the Governors to start off the top of the 4th inning. Head will advance to second. Delancey will go to first. John McDonald will come up. McDonald flew out to the center fielder, Maddox Houghton, back in the 2nd inning. Again, he came into the game today batting .267, no home runs, 9 RBIs on the season. And we'll see how the Governors elect to play it here. Again, we're still in the 4th inning. Lipscomb's leading 7-0. And we'll see if Coach Jansen elects to try to get a couple via the running game here. He does not. He swings and hits it foul and out of play, and so it's no balls and 1 strike to John McDonald.
And the Bisons have seen this situation before Caleb Williams actually started off the first inning. There was a fly out and then 2 consecutive walks to put the Govs runners into the same first and second alignment that they are now. And he was able to bounce back and get 2 consecutive outs after that. Patrick Williams has started off here against McDonald with an out, or with a strike rather, and now evens it up with a ball. So it'll be interesting to see if Patrick Williams can do what Caleb Williams did and bounce back and get the Bisons out of this inning without any damage.
Ball and a strike now on John McDonald. John Bolton waits on deck. And for those of you that haven't watched the Bisons play, you'll see the pitchers look at that wristband with a runner on second base. They're using a wristband system for the signs, so the pitchers and the catchers have that on. And that was a breaking ball that stayed downstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Signs in college baseball typically relayed in from the dugout, and you see the catcher then signal his pitcher, but the Bisons are using one of those wristband situations when they have a runner at second. So sign comes from the dugout to pitcher and catcher. The pitcher then looks at the band, gets the pitch, and goes to the plate, which is what Patrick Williams will do with a 2-1 count here. That's right through there for strike 2. Fastball across the outside corner. So he evens the count at 2-2 on McDonald. Again, Head your runner at second, Delancey your runner at first. Each of them with 2 stolen bases on the season, but again, down 7-0. It'd be a little unusual to get the running game going here. And Williams gets ready to bring the 2-2 pitch to McDonald. And that's going to miss just off the plate. 3-2. That was like a slider. So full count on McDonald. We'll see if the runners get in motion here on the 3-2 pitch. Bit of action down in the Bison's bullpen. It looks like Wyatt Folsom is throwing down there. We expected to see a number of pitchers on the day today. Here comes the payoff. Swung on and hit towards right field. Borum going back, still going back. Looks up. He's by the warning track, and he's going to glove that one. Runners are going to tag, and they're both going to advance 90 feet. Throw's going to come into second, and it's going to skip away from Brian Moore, but not far enough to allow the runners to advance. So McDonald is retired on the fly ball to right field. That ball was hit well. Borum had to go all the way back to the warning track. So that'll allow Head to advance to third, Delancey to advance to second, and John Bolton stands in. He grounded out to the shortstop Brian Moore back in the second inning, so 0 for 1 on the day. Again, he's playing in only his he's playing his 18th game. This is his 9th start on the season. He's starting today at second base for the Governors. So runner second and third, 1 out here. Top of the 4th inning. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-0. Right-hander Patrick Williams on the mound for the Bisons. Second Bisons hurler of the day. And that's a fastball. Misses just off the plate. It'll be a ball and no strikes on John Bolton. Bolton is a 5'10", 180-pound junior. He's out of Memphis. Played at Memphis University School. As we mentioned, he got the start at second base today for the Governors. And he swings through a slider there. Even the count at a ball and a strike.
I think this is the first time this afternoon that the Governors even have someone on third base. So if they could bring someone home, if they could bring both of their runners home, then that makes a huge difference in the overall score of the game. But on that fly out that Tiger Borum got just a minute ago, I think the clouds rolling in, it might be bringing some rain here soon, but I think the clouds definitely allowed him to track that ball a little bit better than he probably could have done earlier, but he's done a great job in a true freshman season. A lot of freshmen, you see the freshmen now, and they have the extra year due to COVID, like Patrick Williams, but Tiger Borum is a true freshman and comes out here and plays like he's been playing in college for 4 years, so a credit to his talent.
That's going to skip up, and that's actually going to get over the backstop, so that's going to bring a run in on the wild pitch. And that will be the Governors' first run of the day. So they got their first run on the board, courtesy of the wild pitch. Delancey will advance up 90 feet, and he'll get to third base. And the count's going to be 3 balls and 1 strike on John Bolton. Prior to that, he had checked his swing on a pitch. They did appeal down to third base. Umpire Todd Henderson said nope, he didn't go around. So got a 3-1 count now. Runner at third, 1 run home, and it's 1 out here in the top half of the 4th inning. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-1. Strike over the outside corner. Nice location for that fastball. That's going to even the count at 3-2. So Delancey running at third. Governors have a run in courtesy of the 2 walks and the wild pitch, even though they have yet to have a hit in the inning nor on the day. We're in the 4th inning. They've yet to record a base hit. Here comes the payoff pitch. And he swings and strikes him out, strike 3. So excellent comeback there for Patrick Williams. He gets a swinging strike 3, and that's a big second out of the inning, and that'll bring up the catcher, Tyler Koto. Koto walked and was stranded back in the 2nd inning, so 0 for 0 on the day. And again, he has only had 5 official at-bats on the season, starting just his 4th game behind the plate. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of times in these midweek games, particularly a Tuesday after a weekend series, you'll try to get your catchers some rest, your primary catchers. Williams starts him off with a fastball that he hits foul out of play, no balls and 1 strike. As we mentioned, after this game, Austin Peay travels to Richmond this weekend. Single game on Friday, a doubleheader on Saturday against Eastern Kentucky. Those are conference games in the Ohio Valley Conference, and then they'll be at Southern Illinois on Tuesday the 6th before going home to play Morehead State on the 9th and 10th conference action. That's a fastball that's going to stay high. It's going to be a ball and a strike on Tyler Koto. And again, we don't know yet if they'll make up that earlier game. The Bisons and the Governors were supposed to play back on March the 2nd. That got postponed, so we'll have to stay tuned if that one might appear on the schedule sometime later in the season. Here comes the 1-1. Checked his swing and took it high, and it's 2 balls and a strike on Tyler Koto.
I think the schedules will continue to be weird even as we get closer to tournament play. You mentioned the Bisons are about to go on a long road trip. That's actually due to the fact that spring break is about to happen for Lipscomb, which is very late. It'll be a week and a half of classes. Once students get back, it'll be completely online post spring break. So definitely a difference in schedule this year. And while we're talking, Tyler Koto hits that one straight into center field for a single and brings home Ty Delancey.
Second run of the day for the Governors. It's 7-2 Lipscomb. First base hit of the day for the Governors. So Guthrie will get the RBI single there as he drives in Delancey from third. And we're back to the top of the order, and third baseman Gino Avros. Avros is 0 for 2 on the day. He's flied out to right, and he reached on an error. Shortstop Brian Moore back in the third. So 0 for 2. He bats now with 2 outs and a runner on first. Guthrie is 3 for 3 on stolen base attempts on the season. Correction, it is Guthrie batting now. I had given him credit for that RBI. Instead, that was Koto who got the RBI. My mistake. Guthrie now batting. Koto running at first. Got one batter ahead of myself there, I think. And looks like we're going to have a pitching change. So we'll step aside again to reset the action. It's 7-2. Lipscomb leading over Austin Peay. We're in the top half of the 4th inning. 2 are out, 1 man on. We'll step aside and be back. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons baseball on YouTube Live. We're back at Ken Dugan Field, and over the loudspeakers, you're hearing deep in the heart of Texas, and that means the Texan himself, the tall Texan Wyatt Folsom, is on the hill now for the Bisons. Folsom, a 6'3", 205-pounder out of Denton, Texas, transfer from Fort Scott Community College. And he comes in here with a situation of a 1-ball, no-strike count. 2 are out. Just to recap the inning, Head walked, followed by Delancey walked. There was a fly out recorded by McDonald that advanced the runners 90 feet. It was a wild pitch that allowed the first run to score, and then a base hit off the bat of Tyler Coto. And so 2 runs home in the inning for the Governors, courtesy of 1 hit. And Najee Guthrie is batting. The count again, 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. The runner at first is Tyler Coto. Does not have a steal on the season. And Wyatt Folsom is on. Again, he's making his 6th appearance. He's worked 6 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, 6 walks, 2 strikeouts. And he starts him off with a pitch foul back to the screen. It'll be a ball and a strike. Folsom, again, saw a lot of action last year in the COVID-shortened season. And as mentioned, this is his 6th appearance here on the 2021 season in the Bison's 19th game. Here comes the 1-1. Swings through that one, a fastball, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. So what you can expect to see from Folsom is a 2-seam fastball and a curveball and a little bit of a split-fingered fastball, which I think may have been the pitch we just saw. So a lot of downward action on the ball out of the hands of Wyatt Folsom. Here comes the 1-2, and that looked like a curveball that stayed high. And it'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes on Guthrie. Top of the order, Avros would be next. If Guthrie can extend the inning here. Again, Coto running at first with 2 outs. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here comes the 2-2 from Folsom. Swings and taps it foul out of play. And the count will remain 2-2. So heavy cloud cover moving in. We mentioned that we were under mostly sunny skies when we started in 75 degrees, but the wind is kicking up now. It's coming straight out of the south. It's got our flag blowing from center towards the left field line. And the lights are on here at Dugan Field. Here comes the 2-2. Swings and hits it to third. Third baseman Merced bodies it up, knocks it down, throws to first. Not going to make the throw because he would not have gotten the speedy Guthrie in time. So I would suspect that may be an infield base hit. We'll see how it's scored. It's hit very sharply. It went off the chest of Merced. He kept it in front of him, picked it up quickly. But Guthrie runs really well, and he was down the line in a hurry, and they really had no chance to retire him. And that is going to indeed be a base hit. Be the second base hit in the inning for the Governors. They've got 2 runs home. So runners first and second now back to the top of the order in Gino Avros. Avros flied out back in the first. Reached on an error in the third, so he's 0 for 2 on the day. He'll bat with 2 runners on, 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-2. Swings and hits this one on the ground towards Moore at short. He'll flip over to Adams for second, and that will be the 3rd out in the inning. But it's a productive inning for the Governors as they pick up 2 runs on 2 hits. They do strand 2 runners. They've stranded 5 on the day. We're in the middle of the 4th inning, and your new score, Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 2. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We're headed to the home half of the 4th inning. Your new score is Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 2. 7 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for the Bisons. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Governors. And back out to the mound for the Governors is Drew McElwain. He's working now in his 3rd inning. He came on in the 2nd inning. He's worked an inning and 2/3, given up 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, hasn't walked anybody, and has 1 strikeout. He's thrown 25 pitches so far, and he faces 2, 3, and 4 for the Bisons. Tiger Borum, Chaz Bertolani, and Chris Bashler. Borum's been on base once today. He walked, stole a base, and scored a run in the first, and then was retired on a bunt attempt back in the second inning. He grounds this one to second base, and Bolton's going to flip over to McDonald, and quickly there is one out as Borum is retired. That'll bring up Chaz Bertolani, again, one of the hottest hitters for the Bisons. Came in as the Bisons' leading hitter on the season, 316. He's already picked up a couple more RBIs on the day. He's up to 20 on the season as he hit a sacrifice fly back in the first inning and singled. Actually, I think he singled home 2 more runs in the third, so he got 3 RBIs on the day for Chaz. He's up to 21 on the season. So 1 for 1 with 3 RBIs, and Bertolani will stand in. Batting against McElwain. That's going to be a breaking ball that stays high. 1 ball and no strikes. Bertolani in a designated hitter today. He's normally the Bison's catcher. And again, member of the preseason Atlantic Sun All-Conference team. He's been swinging the really hot bat. So great to see Chaz keep that going here in the designated hitter role tonight. Here comes the 1-0 from McElwain. That's going to be low on a fastball. It's going to be 2-0 on Bertolani.
It makes sense to keep Chaz Bertolani in as a designated hitter, but he definitely deserved a break in the catching role after going for almost over 30
33
innings actually
innings,
on
over the weekend. Yeah, he had a lot of innings that he spent squatted down. So that one's going to miss outside, and it's now 3-0 on Bertolani. So they're pitching him carefully. Might even say pitching around him. Things don't get any easier with the Bison's first baseman Chris Bachelor up on the on-deck circle. He's also had quite a productive day, as we'll talk about in a moment. But first, the 3-0 pitch to Bertolani. That's a strike right through there. Fastball at 87. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Yeah, hard to imagine catching 30-plus innings over the course of the weekend. I'm sure that he slept very well on Sunday night. Here comes the 3-1. Almost hit him inside, ball 4. So Bertolani is on base. And that brings up Chris Bachelor. Bachelor 2 for 2 on the day. He singled and drove in a couple of runs and also hit a home run deep out of here to left center field in his last at-bat. So Chris 2 for 2 on the day. That was his 4th home run on the season. And he will bat now with a runner at first and 1 out. 3 RBIs on the day for Bachelor. That's going to give him 16 on the season. So these 2 guys have really kept the Bison's run production going between Bertolani and Bachelor in the middle of this lineup. And Bertolani, I'm sure, would want me to point out he is 1 for 1 on stolen bases on the season. So don't think he's not a threat to run over there. He's not running, and that's an off-speed pitch that'll be in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. I think catchers are always very proud of those stolen base statistics, so I don't want to shortchange him on what he's accomplished this year. Here comes the 0-1 to Bachelor. Swung on and hit in the air to right center field. That's going back toward the gap, but Foreman looks like he's camped under it. Now he's going to come in. The wind really held that one up, and they're going to retire Bachelor for the 2nd out of the inning. I thought that ball was hit a little deeper than it ended up being, but I think the wind did indeed hold it up. Wind's kind of blowing straight from that area back towards the field. That'll be the 2nd out of the inning, and that'll bring up Carter Smith. And Smith walked and was stranded back in the first, and then flied out to center field, hit the ball well in the second. So 0 for 1 on the day for Carter. Batting with 2 outs and a runner on at first. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-2, and we're in the home half of the 4th inning here at Ken Dugan Field. Slider stays outside, and it's 1 ball and no strikes on Carter Smith. Throw goes to first. Oh, just back in time. Bertolani, his quick throw over there. Nice footwork on the mound from McElway.
And Bertolani really had to leap back to get back on base. You mentioned he doesn't try to steal very often, but he has been successful on 1 attempt so far this season. So he doesn't have a huge lead there at first, but just enough.
Fastball stays high, and that's going to make it 2-0 on Carter Smith. So Carter Smith, as we mentioned, a senior out of Fort Myers, Florida, previously played a couple seasons at Florida State. He had multiple hits in the College World Series in 2019, so he's a young man who went to the College World Series. He also was named to the all-regional team in the Athens Regional in that 2019 run-up to the World Series for Florida State. So young man that's played a lot of college baseball. He looks at a breaking pitch outside for a strike. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. He also attended Florida Southwestern State College prior to Florida State and played at the Canterbury School for his high school career. So young man that's played a lot of baseball. He's currently getting his master's degree in global leadership. And he swings and hits this one in the air to center field. Spain's going to drift over towards left. Actually, Guthrie, the left fielder, is going to call him off now. And he will retire Smith for the third out of the inning. So nothing doing for the Bisons here in the fourth. They do strand a runner. They've stranded 3 on the day. We go to the top of the 5th inning, and your score, Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 2. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the top half of the 5th inning. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-2. And due up for the Governors will be 2, 3, and 4. Foreman, Spain, and Head. And it does appear that the rain is starting to fall here at Dugan Field. We knew that it was on the way. And our crowd is scattering a bit out of the stands as the rain starts to fall down. So, as expected, the rain arriving about 15 minutes earlier than forecast. Once again, our part-time meteorologist Erica Plunkett was right on the forecast there, Erica. Good job of calling that. But we're going to keep playing baseball as long as we can. That's a fastball, and it apparently hit him. So they're going to say that Foreman is hit by the pitch, and he's going to reach to start the top of the 5th inning. That'll bring up the fine center fielder Garrett Spain. Again, Spain, the leading hitter for the Governors. He has had a tough day so far. He walked back in the 1st and then struck out swinging in the 3rd inning. So Wyatt Folsom is on. He's the 3rd pitcher used today by the Bisons. Caleb Williams started, Patrick Williams followed, and now Folsom, who came in back in the 4th inning. And we're in the top of the 5th. And he starts him off with a fastball over the outside corner, and that'll be a strike on Garrett Spain. And Folsom with that 2-seam fastball and a curve, and also throwing a little bit of a split finger or sinking fastball. So he'd love to get a ground ball here off the bat of the fine hitting Spain, and that's going to be a fastball, stays outside. It'll even the count at a ball and a strike. If you're just joining us, the Bisons jumped on top early. They got 3 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. They got 4 more in the bottom of the 2nd. And the Governors fought back to pick up a pair of runs in the top of the 4th. And so that's where we are. 7 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Bisons. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Governors. Throw's going to go over to first. Foreman's going to get back there. He is a threat to run. As we've mentioned previously, he's the leading base stealer for the Governors. He's got 8 steals and 9 attempts on the season. So you got to believe that you may want to try to challenge Trey Ham here. He's not running, and that's going to be a fastball that misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike on Garrett Spain. Again, Trey Ham behind the plate. Getting the start today for the Bisons after Chaz Bertolani caught all 3 games, including that 15-inning marathon game that the Bisons played on Sunday down at North Alabama. Here's the 2-1, swung on and hit foul, and that'll even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So midweek action here at home for the Bisons. We mentioned they're hosting conference foe Bellarmine for 3 games this weekend. Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday afternoon. 6 p.m. on Thursday and Friday, 2 p.m. on Saturday. Invite you to come out to the ballpark and watch some great college baseball action of Atlantic Sun Conference. Here comes the 2-2. He is running. Swung on and hit into the gap in right center. That's going to get down. He's going to circle third. He's going to head to third. And he's going to be waved home. And it looks like Foreman is going to score the 3rd run of the game for the Governors.
And the Bisons still have a 4-run lead, but it seems the last couple innings that the Governors have really taken the momentum from the Bisons. You see a lot more energy from the Governors than you do from the Bisons, and they were able to get 3 quick stops against the Bisons, which has been a challenge for them all afternoon long. So something to keep an eye on is if the Bisons can kind of get re-energized and continue to be more aggressive. Sometimes it's hard. You can get complacent if you're up by a large amount, but they can't do that this afternoon because the Governors haven't quit yet.
Yeah, the Governors continue to swing. They're going to actually appeal over to first base and ask if Spain did not step on the bag, and the first base umpire, Stephen Hagan, says no, he got it on the way by. So Spain with a good piece of hitting there. He hit that one hard into the gap into left center field, and Foreman moored it all the way around from first base and scored the third run of the day. So Governors have something doing here in the top of the fifth inning. They've got a run home. They've got Spain running at second base, and Head is going to swing through that one for strike one. So Head 0 for 1 officially on the day. He lined out to second baseman Haddon Adams back in the first, walked and scored a run back in the fourth. And he's got a no ball, 1 strike count on him from Wyatt Folsom, third pitcher of the day for the Bisons. That one bounces up there. Good stop by Ham. It's a ball and a strike. Spain is certainly a threat to run. He's got 6 steals in 8 attempts on the season, so he runs well. And just a good-looking player all around is Garrett Spain, the redshirt sophomore out of right there in Clarksville, Tennessee. Played at Clarksville High School. And doing an excellent job hitting in the middle of this Governors lineup and playing a good defense out there as well. Here comes the 1-1 from Folsom. Swung on and hammered down the left field line. That's going to go foul, and it'll be a long strike too. But Head saw that one well, and he tomahawked it down the line into left field into the corner.
And without the wind, you wonder if that would have been another RBI for the Govs.
Yeah, we mentioned the wind has really picked up here. Clouds have blown in. It started to rain a little bit, and the wind is blowing towards that left field line. Here comes the 1-2. Breaking ball is going to miss. It's going to be 2-2. We did see, I believe, the wind hold up a ball earlier in right field, one that went all the way to the warning track last inning and chased Borum back. So the wind has helped out the pitchers a couple of times here in the last 2 innings. So it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Head. Garrett Spain running at second. Nobody out here in the top of the fifth. Swung on and hammered in the air to left field. Going back is Carter Smith. He's going to glove it. Tagging at second is Spain, and he's going to get all the way to third. So excellent play there by Carter Smith in left field. He had to range all the way back to the warning track. I thought that ball had a chance to get out of here, but the wind holds it up and allows Head to be retired for the first out of the inning. So Spain will advance on the tag up there, and Head is retired on that fly ball, and that'll bring up the designated hitter Ty Delancey. Delancey tapped back to the pitcher in the first inning, and then he walked and scored a run in the fourth inning. So 0 for 1 on the day for the designated hitter Delancey. Came in batting just 185, but he does lead the team with 4 home runs and 11 RBI. So runner at third now, 1 out. That's a fastball that's going to miss off the plate, ball 1. 7-3, Lipscomb leading Austin Peay here in the top half of the 5th inning. But the Governors threatening again with a runner at third base and 1 out. And the runner at third is Garrett Spain, who has good speed. Bison infield's playing back. They're going to concede the run on the ground ball. That one misses outside, 2 balls, no strikes. In fact, second baseman Haddon Adams is playing back on the edge of the grass. And shortstop Brian Moore also on the edge of the grass. Shaded over towards second base just a bit. Bachelor, the first baseman, way down the line, guarding against an extra base hit there. So a ground ball would score the run here. But the Bison's willing to trade a run for an out, particularly with rain threatening in the area. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that one's going to catch the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Good movement on that pitch. That was running away from the batter, Delancey, and I think he thought that was going to get outside, but it caught the corner, and so it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count now for Folsom. Trying to end this threat for the Governors in the top of the 5th. Swings through an off-speed pitch, 2-2. Really pulled the string on that one. And so it'll be a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
And we're starting to see some action down in the Bison's bullpen. It looks like Bryce Einstein would be the next man up for the Bisons when Coach Forehand decides to make that switch. He knew coming into this game it was going to be a lot of pitchers playing today, and we've seen that so far. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Folsom finish out this inning and possibly get some playing time in the next, but it will pretty soon be Bryce Einstein's game if they're able to keep going with the weather.
That was a breaking ball that missed low, and so now the count is going to be full. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Ty Delancey. Garrett Spain down at third base for the Governors. They've already got a run in here, and it's a 7-3 ball game. And here comes the payoff, and that's going to miss high. Fastball. So Delancey is on via the walk, and that'll put runners on the corners with 1 out for John McDonald. McDonald, the first baseman today, he flew out to center field back in the second, and then he flew out to right field in the fourth. So he's hit the ball in the air twice today. Obviously, a fly ball would get a run home. We'll again mention, if you're just joining us, that the wind really blowing from center field towards left field. So left fielder Carter Smith swung around very far toward the line and deep. Infield, obviously, at double play depth up the middle here. Runners at the corners and 1 out. Here's Folsom's pitch. Swung on and hit in the air, but foul and out of play. No balls and 1 strike on McDonald. Eric, I believe you mentioned it's an unusual Tuesday. No other athletic activity on campus. Is that correct for Lipscomb?
There's been a COVID-19 pause for the softball team, so their matchups against Liberty have been postponed, and as well as their upcoming matchups have also been postponed. In soccer, they will actually play tomorrow night. Swung
on, hit in the gap into right center field. That's going to get down. That's going to get the run home. Delancey's going to motor all the way around to third, and the Governors have their 4th run of the day. So nice base hit there off the bat of McDonald. And Delancey is going to advance all the way over to third. And so runners are still going to be on the corners now with 1 out. And it's now a 7-4 game. So good piece of base hitting there by McDonald. That'll bring up second baseman John Bolton. Bolton grounded out to shortstop back in the second and then struck out swinging in the fourth. So 0 for 2 on the day. Came in batting just 139 on the season. No home runs, 2 RBIs. As you mentioned, some activity down in the Bison's bullpen. It looks like Bryce Einstein has been throwing. Runners on the corners, 1 out.
And the tying run is now at the plate. The Bisons were sitting pretty with a 7-0 lead here just a few minutes ago, and it's quickly, the tone of the entire game has really shifted and given the Govs a chance to come back in this one.
One of the things you learn in college baseball, particularly with the metal bats, there's sort of never a safe lead. He does swing through a breaking pitch there, and it'll be a ball and a strike. So particularly early in the game, you can see these teams put together rallies and string together a few hits, and suddenly, as you mentioned, the Govs have fought back. So credit to them. After a tough first couple of innings, they've strung 4 hits together over the last 2 innings. Here comes the 1-1. That's going to be a fastball that's going to miss high, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Bolton. So just to recap this inning, Foreman started off hit by the pitch. Spain then doubled him home. Got a fly ball, or a fly out rather, off the bat of Head. Then Delancey walked, and then an RBI single off the bat of McDonald. And Bolton's in there with a 2-1 count, and he swings through a breaking ball, 2-2. Looks like the rain might have stopped, but we know that's a temporary pause. There's certainly more on the way. It continues to get darker and darker here, and that's not because it's nightfall. It's because cloud cover's rolled in pretty heavily. The lights are on here at Dugan Field. Here comes the 2-2. Swings through the off-speed pitch, strike 3. So, important strike out there for Folsom. He got him fooled on that off-speed pitch, and that's the big second out of the inning, and that'll bring up Tyler Cotto, the catcher. Cotto walked and was stranded back in the second, and then singled and was stranded in the fourth. So 1 for 1 on the day. Again, he's only had 5 at-bats coming into today's action, but he had his first base hit of the season back in the 4th inning. So 2 outs, runners on the corners. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-4. Swung on, and that's going to be a base hit and get a run home off the bat of Cotto. So it's going to be 7-5 as the Governors keep chipping back. McDonald has to stop at second, but Delancey comes around to score. And so that's 3 runs in the inning now, courtesy of 3 base hits. And so Cotto will be on at first, McDonald on at second, and that brings Najee Guthrie to the plate. And Coach Jeff Forehand's going to jog out to the mound and chat with Wyatt Folsom. So that'll give us a chance to look at our scoreboard and update some scores for you. Other teams in the area in action. Belmont's leading Tennessee Martin now 9-2 in the top of the 5th. Duke and Liberty are 5-4 now in the bottom of the 8th, so that one is tightened up. And Florida Atlantic has stormed back to take a 9-8 lead over Florida Gulf Coast. That's in the bottom of the 4th inning. Stetson is leading South Florida 1-0 in the bottom of the 2nd. Jacksonville is leading UCF 1-0 in the bottom of the 2nd. And Kentucky is on top of Bellarmine 2-1 in the bottom of the first. We mentioned earlier that North Alabama's game at Ole Miss has been canceled due to inclement weather. We got a pitching change. We're going to step aside again. Top of the fifth inning, Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 5. You're watching Lipscomb Bison's Baseball on YouTube Live. The new pitcher for the Bisons is the freshman right-hander Bryce Einstein, 6'3", 188 pounds, out of Fort Myers, Florida, and Canterbury School. He's had a sparkling record thus far this season. It's his 6th appearance, 8 2/3 inning, 10 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, and a 2.08 earned run average. And he inherits runners at first and second, 2 outs. We're in the top half of the 5th inning, and the Austin Peay Governors have pushed across 3 runs this inning already, and threatening for more here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. And that's going to be an off-speed pitch that's going to stay inside for ball 1. So Einstein, a sidewinder, is going to come at you with a 2-seamer, a slider, and a changeup. So a lot of different arm angles and a lot of different spin on the ball out of the hands of Einstein, who, as mentioned, has had an excellent season thus far and did pitch over the weekend against North Alabama, I believe, on Friday night. Here comes the 1-0. Won't be made as he steps off. Runner out at second base, McDonald dancing around out there trying to be a distraction. So McDonald, your runner at second. Cotto running at first. 2 outs, top of the 5th inning. Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-5. And a 1 ball and no strike count on Najee Guthrie. He actually offers bunt there and bunts through it, so it'll be a ball and a strike. So trying to catch the Bison sleeping. First baseman Bachelor was back quite a ways behind the bag at first. Third baseman Smith was a few steps behind the bag. He's going to come up now and play even with the bag. So Guthrie saw that defensive alignment, thought he might could drop the bunt down for a base hit. Obviously, with 2 outs, he's bunting for a base hit there. Here comes the 1-1 from Einstein. That's going to be a fastball that stays inside, and it'll be 2 balls and 1 strike.
And just a reminder, the go-ahead run is at the plate for the Governors. So they were looking at a 7-0 deficit, and that hasn't stopped them at all. They've come out and been more aggressive and just played cleaner baseball than the Bisons have over the last couple innings.
Yeah, tip your hat to the Governors. They come up, put together a good at-bats, put together some base hits back-to-back, and it's now a 3-1 count on Najee Guthrie. Again, 2 outs, runners on first and second in the top of the 5th inning. Swings through that one and had a big hack at it and missed, so 3-2. So big moment here for Einstein, called upon to get the Bisons out of a jam. He is the 4th Bisons hurler of the day. Caleb Williams started, followed by Patrick Williams and Wyatt Folsom, and now we're in the 5th with Bryce Einstein on the mound. Still a long way to go in this one, although we know that there is some weather on the way. But here comes the payoff pitch from Einstein. It won't be made. Instead, the runner was breaking off second because with 3-2 and 2 outs, runners running on the pitch. But Einstein was not able to toss it to Adams. Adams was shading the bag a little bit, but trying to shorten that lead a little bit for that runner at second. Here comes the payoff pitch. That's going to miss way outside and high, ball 4. So that's going to load the bases, and that's going to put us back to the top of the order. And Gino Avros Avros has flied out to right field, reached on an error, and then grounded into a fielder's choice. So 0 for 3 on the day. Came in batting .265. No home runs and 11 RBIs. And nowhere to put Mr. Avros now with the bases full of Governors. And a little more activity in the Bison's bullpen. That looks like right-hander Tyler Sills throwing down there. But Bryce Einstein is the man of the hour, and he throws a ball that stays low. And it's going to be a ball and no strikes on Avros. Avros is the 9th man to bat in the inning, so the Governors have batted around here in the 5th inning. That one's going to stay high as well, and it's 2 balls and no strikes.
If Avros does reach, that brings back Foreman, who started off the inning reaching base off of a hit by pitch. So he'd love to get on base again and just keep this scoring going.
2 balls, no strikes on Avros. Bases full of Governors here. Top of the 5th inning. Lipscomb clinging to a 7-5 lead. And he swings through that one, 2-1. Took a big hack at it, but came up with nothing. Once again, McDonald running at third, Cotto running at second, and Guthrie running at first for the Governors. And here comes the 2-1. Just missed low, 3-1. As is often the case here, Erica, the zone seems to get smaller when those runners get on base. So tight spot in the game for the Bisons here. It's a 3-ball, 1-strike count and no one to put Avros. That's going to miss way outside, ball 4. So Avros will pick up an RBI on the walk with the bases loaded. And the bases will still be loaded, and we're now back to T.J. Foreman, who actually started this inning what feels like a very long time ago with being hit by the pitch, as you mentioned. He was hit by the pitch and then came around to score the first run of the inning. The Governors have 4 runs in the inning, and they have now cut this to a 7-6 lead. So, as you mentioned, just 2 innings ago, it was 7-0 Bisons, but give the Governors credit. They have battled back. They put up 2 in the 4th and 4 here in the 6th. And it's now 7-6, and both teams have banged out 5 hits on the day. Bases are loaded. Einstein to face Foreman.
The Bisons play a number of teams like the Governors in the Nashville area that are a challenge, and Austin Peay wasn't going to go away quiet. Coach Forehand knew that. But in the Nashville area, they've got Austin Peay, they've got Belmont, they've got Vanderbilt, and really all of the collegiate teams here have a lot of experience against each other and a lot of future MLB players. And one of them for the Bisons, Rex Brothers actually just made the opening day roster for the Chicago Cubs. So a lot of history of baseball here, a lot of talent, a lot of really wise coaches, and just a really great experience for all of these players to get to be a part of the Nashville area collegiate baseball.
Strike on the outside corner, so it's a ball and a strike to T.J. Foreman. Foreman walked back in the first, grounded into a double play in the third, and then was hit by the pitch earlier this inning, as we mentioned. So 0 for 1 on the day, been on base twice, and he's batting here with the bases loaded. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count, 2 outs. Swings and fouls this one out of play, a ball and 2 strikes. So big moment in the game here. Again, 4 runs in already in this inning for Austin Peay, as they have closed this one to a 7-6 game between Lipscomb and Austin Peay. Bisons put up 3 in the first, 4 in the second, and then, as we mentioned, the Governors battling back with 2 in the 4th and 4 this inning. So it's 7-6 as we play here in the top half of the 5th inning. 2 outs and the bases loaded. And a lot of dark clouds really rolling in now, Eric. It continues to kind of get darker minute by minute here. Here comes the 1-2. Bounces up there. Good play by Ham to keep it in front. It's 2-2. Two pitch due from Einstein to Foreman. Swung on and hit in the air to the right side. It's going to be in foul territory. Giving chase is Bachelor, and he's going to glove it. Big third out of the inning there as Einstein comes on and gets Foreman to foul out to Bachelor for the third out of the inning, but not before the Governors do a substantial amount of damage. They score 4 runs in the inning on 4 hits. They do leave the bases loaded, and they've now stranded a total of 8 men on the day. So we've got a brand new ball game. We head to the home half of the 5th inning. Your new score, Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 6. You're watching Lipscomb Bison's Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Your new score, Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 6, and a new pitcher on the mound for the Governors. He is the freshman right-hander Nick Wellman, 6 foot tall, 190 pounds, out of Quincy, Illinois. Played at Quincy Notre Dame High School. Comes on for his 6th appearance on the season. He's pitched in relief 5 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, 5 earned, 8 walks, 4 strikeouts, and ERA 7.94. Bunt off the bat of Merced. It's going to be barehanded by Avros. Throws. Nice play to get him. Excellent play there by Avros, the third baseman. Really, really well done. He had to come hard, get that ball barehanded, and then throw to get Merced, who runs really well, but he retires him on a really nice play on both ends. So 1 out in the inning. That's going to bring up catcher Trey Ham. Ham is 1 for 2 on the day, grounded out back in the first, and then had his first base hit of the season back in the 3rd inning. So he's 1 for 2 on the day. And he looks at a fastball in there for strike 1. So 7 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for Lipscomb. 6 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Austin Peay as we play here in the 5th inning. That's a fastball that's going to miss inside, even in the count at a ball and a strike. So as we mentioned, Wellman, the 4th pitcher of the day for Austin Peay. And we'll recap those for you after this 1-1 pitch to Trey Ham. Curveball misses low, 2 balls and a strike. So Josephson started, went just a third of an inning, gave up 3 runs, 3 earned. Mills went an inning, gave up 2 runs, 2 earned. McElwain went 2 2/3, gave up 2 runs, 2 earned, and now Wellman is on in the bottom of the 5th inning. And that's swung on and hit in the air to right field. Foreman's going to come over a couple of steps toward the line, and he's going to glove it for the 2nd out of the inning to retire Trey Ham. So that'll bring up center fielder Maddox Houghton. He was a strikeout victim looking back in the 1st inning, and then he grounded into reached on a fielder's choice rather, back in the 3rd. So 0 for 2 on the day for Maddox. Batting now with 2 outs and the bases empty, and we're in the bottom of the 5th inning. As Austin Peay and Lipscomb play here in midweek baseball action. That's a fastball. It's going to be in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. If you're just joining us, we are playing in Nashville on the campus of Lipscomb University, Ken Dugan Field. Started out sunny and 75 degrees, and now we've got a pretty good rainstorm blowing in tonight. We've had a little bit of rain off and on. It's not raining at the moment, it doesn't appear. That's a breaking ball missing inside. It'll be a ball and a strike on Maddox Houghton. Again, we are expecting heavy rains again tonight in the Nashville area, but hopefully not till a bit later on. Forecast is for intermittent rain here over the next couple of hours. We'll hope we can get a little bit more baseball in. He swings and fouls out at the plate. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Maddox Houghton. Brian Moore waits on deck and would be next if Houghton can extend the inning. Throwing down in the... And he's going to call him out on strike 3. So a called 3rd strike there against Maddox Houghton. Didn't like the call, but nonetheless, he's going to be retired. So nothing doing for the Bisons in the bottom half of the fifth. They go down 1-2-3. We've played 5 complete innings. And your score, Lipscomb 7, Austin Peay 6. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We're headed to the top half of the 6th inning and a pitching change for the Bisons. On the hill, the freshman left-hander, Tanner Morgan, 5'11", 185-pounder from right here in Brentwood, Tennessee. He prepped over at Christ Presbyterian Academy. And Morgan seeing his very first action of the season, his very first collegiate action. So he'll be facing the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for Austin Peay, Spain, Head, and Delancey to start the top of the 6th inning. Again, 7 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Bisons, 6 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Austin Peay. And here to tell you all about it is Erica Plunkett.
And Morgan has quite a challenge going up against the 3, 4, and 5 batters for the Govs. Over the last 2 innings, the Governors have fought back and made this a 7-6 game against the Bisons, just trailing now by 1 run. The tying run is at the plate. And Morgan's first pitch is inside for a strike, bringing the count 0-1 against Spain. Spain walked in the first, struck out in the third, and had an RBI double in the 5th inning. The 0-1 pitch from Morgan is just outside to even the count at 1-1 against the center fielder. Spain started the scoring for the Governors in the 5th inning. And that one is fouled back by Spain. Probably would have been just outside, but that will go foul for a 1-2 count against Spain. The infield is playing at double play depth, maybe a little bit deeper than normal. And the outfield is playing fairly deep as well. Spain can hit the ball. He's had home runs this weekend, but he gets called for strike 3, and Tanner Morgan takes care of business against the first batter for the Governors here in the 6th inning. And that now brings to the plate number 3, Bobby Head, the shortstop. He had a line out in the 1st inning. He walked in the 4th and flew out in the 5th inning. So he is 0 for 2 on the day. Coach Forehand is now going out to talk to Tanner Morgan, and it looks like we have another pitching change for the Bisons, and that will bring to the mound number 18, Tyler Sills, the right-handed sophomore. So Tanner Morgan went in for his collegiate action and got the first out of the inning, but Sills will come in. Sills got action some this weekend. That we'll take a break while they get ready to reset here in the 6th inning. The Bisons lead the Austin Peay Governors 7-6. The Bisons have 7 runs off of 5 hits and 2 errors, and the Governors have 6 runs off of 5 hits and 0 errors. We'll be back as you watch Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube.
The News Bison's pitcher is the sophomore right-hander Tyler Sills, a 6 foot, 172-pound sophomore out of Franklin, Tennessee, prepped at Battleground Academy. So one local turning it over to the other as Tanner Morgan comes in, gets the strikeout. Sills is making his 4th appearance on the season. He did pitch an inning Friday night at North Alabama. So situation is 1 out, bases are empty. Top half of the 6th inning, and Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 7-6. Rain starting to come down a little harder here. And again, back to your play-by-play. Here's Erica Plunkett.
Sills has an ERA of 11.57 and 2 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, and struck out 2 batters so far on the young season. And he now goes up against the shortstop Head. And that first ball catches the bottom corner of the strike zone to bring the count 0-1 against the shortstop. Head has not had a hit so far this afternoon, but has reached base via the walk in the 4th inning. And Sills gets Bobby Head to bite at that one and brings the count 0-2, getting ahead of the shortstop, hoping to make quick work of the Governor's batters here in the 6th inning as rain is threatening. The 0-2 pitch coming from Sills. And that ball will be outside. And the count is now 1-2 against Head. Infield just playing a little bit deeper than double play depth, and the outfield is fairly deep as well. That ball is low and inside from Sills, bringing the count even at 2-2. The Bisons did already get 1 out off of a strikeout from the freshman pitcher Tanner Morgan, who came in and took care of the first batter in the Governor's lineup, and then Sills was brought in after that. And Sills gets Head to bite on that one as well, and he strikes out swinging for the 2nd out of the inning for the Bisons. And that brings up to the plate the designated hitter Ty Delancey, who grounded out in the 1st and then walked in both the 4th and the 5th. So another batter for the Governors who hasn't had a hit so far this afternoon, but has reached base. And he did score in the 5th inning as well. One of numerous Governor's batters who made it home. The pitch comes from Sills. Just a little bit high across the plate. The count is now 1-0 against Delancey. Another ball just outside from Sills. The count is now 2-0. Here in the top of the 6th inning with 2 outs against the Governors. Here comes the 2-0 pitch from Sills. And that ball is hit deep into center field by Delancey, but Maddox Houghton's able to get back there and get it for the 3rd out of the inning. And your score, halfway through the 6th inning, Bison 7, Governors 6. The Bisons have those 7 runs off of 5 hits and 2 errors, and the Governors have their 6 runs off of 5 hits and 0 errors. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube.
Always work. We get to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Lipscomb clinging to a 7-6 lead over Austin Peay, and due up for the Bisons will be 9-1-2. Brian Moore, Haddon Adams, and Tiger Borum to face the 4th pitcher of the day for the Governors, Nick Wellman. And again, to tell you about it, here's Erica Plunkett.
Here comes the pitch from Wellman. And Moore swings at that one to bring the count to 0-1. Moore reached via the walk in the second inning and fouled out in the third. Did not bat in either the fourth or the fifth inning as the Bison's offense went silent. And that's now an 0-2 count against Moore, getting behind the pitcher Wellman. We have seen Moore able to work out of getting behind the pitch count and force the count full, but it is always a challenge. And here comes the 0-2 pitch from Wellman. Moore fouls that one up the line to stay alive here in the bottom half of the sixth inning.
Again, rain still falling out there for those of you tuning in late. We've got some rain in the area and dark clouds.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That one is low from Wellman, bringing the count to 1-2 against the shortstop Moore.
Lights are on here at Dugan Field, but again, it's gotten pretty dark and we've got some rain falling and wind blowing out from center field towards the left field line.
The 1-2 hits the ground from Wellman, and it's now even at 2-2. Brian Moore is very patient at the plate and does a good job of waiting for the pitch that he wants. But that one he didn't even have a chance at, as it was well on the ground before it got to him. The 2-2 pitch from Wellman. Moore fouls up the left field line once again to stay alive. And he is now in his sixth pitch of this at-bat. The seventh pitch is on the way. Here comes the 2-2 from Wellman. Once again outside, and Moore does it again. He brings the count full after falling behind 0-2. He's a senior, a lot of experience, knows his way around the strike zone very well. The payoff pitch is coming from Wellman to Moore, and that's outside, and Moore reaches via the walk for the second time this afternoon, and that brings up the leadoff man for the Bison's, second baseman Haddon Adams, who had a double to lead off the game. He reached via the walk in the second and then grounded out in the third. He did not have action in the fourth or the fifth inning.
As you mentioned, Eric, a really good job there by Brian Moore working that. He started in an 0-2 hole. He continued to work the count and finds his way onto base. And we'll see how the Bisons elect to play it here. Adams, an excellent bunter. Third baseman Avros in at the bag. Double play depth up the middle.
The pitch coming from Wellman just inside. The count is now 1-0 against Adams. Brian Moore had a decently aggressive lead off the plate, and once again steps off the plate, but Wellman isn't too worried about Moore right now. But now he is. He turns back around, throws the ball over to the first baseman, John McDonald, who's able to wrangle it down and keep Moore at first.
Moore is 4 for 4 on the season in stolen bases, so runs the bases well, has good speed.
The 1-0 pitch coming to Adams at the plate. And Moore is going to go for that steal, and he's going to slide and be safe.
I think Moore had that base stolen even if the throw had been on line. He had a really good jump, good speed. Wellman just a little bit delayed to the plate. So Brian Moore, stolen base number 5 of the season. He's now 5 out of 5, and the Bisons have a runner in scoring position with nobody out, and their leadoff hitter, Haddon Adams, up to the plate. We mentioned Wellman, the 4th pitcher on the day for Austin Peay. Josephson went a third of an inning, Mills an inning, McElwain 2 2/3, and Wellman now has 1 inning under his belt. He's walked 1, struck out 1, hasn't allowed a hit yet.
And that pitch was a strike to Adams that Moore was able to steal on, so the count is now even at 1-1 for the second baseman. And he goes in for the bat, but lets that one fall as it's just outside the strike zone for another ball, bringing the count to 2-1 against Adams.
Showed bunt there. Third baseman Avros obviously back even with the bag with a runner on second base. First baseman McDonald has crept up to the edge of the grass here in case the bunt is still on.
And that ball is fouled back from Adams, bringing the count to 2-2. Moore continuing to be aggressive on the base running, giving himself a very generous lead off of second base. But both the shortstop and the second baseman are right there, and I think would make easy work of Moore if he tried to steal right now. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Wellman. And Moore is going for that one. That ball is off of the glove of the third baseman, which allows Haddon Adams to reach first and Brian Moore to come all the way around and score another run for the Bisons. I know Coach Forehand is really happy to have another insurance run there, making it 8-6 now.
They're going to rule that a base hit, so that was chopped high. I think if there's no runner there, Averos probably feels it, but he's going to ask if there was interference, and the third base umpire, Todd Henderson, is going to say no, because Moore, as you mentioned, was running on the pitch. So he's taking off. He's already going to third base. He stays in the baseline, and as a result, he and Averos had a little contact over there, but it was not anything where Moore could avoid the contact, and so no interference, and it does allow Adams to go ahead and come around and score, and Moore to score, and Adams on at first base.
And that brings up to the plate Tiger Borum, who gets behind the count 0-1, swinging at that ball from Wellman. Borum walked in the first and had a foul out in the second and a ground out in the fourth.
That was scored as a base hit, by the way, Erica, so it'll be the 6th Bison's hit on the day.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Wellman. He looks foul, but seems to be taken out by the catcher. It's a wild pitch.
Yeah, I think he offered it that as if he was going to bunt. I don't think he bunted it. I think he fell down, and then the ball got through all the way to the backstop. So it's not a foul ball. Coach Forehand coming in to check on Tiger Borum, but he just wants to make sure that what the call is. But I believe, if I'm understanding home plate umpire Aaron Davis's signals correctly, that it was not a foul ball. It was a strike because Borum offered at it. Well, that actually may be what Coach Forehand is asking, is was that a ball or a strike? Borum offered at it, pulled back. The ball skipped past the catcher, Cotto, and Haddon Adams scampered down to second base. So the net result is the Bisons advance the runner to second, and I believe it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Borum here.
It was hard to tell what caused Borum to fall. There might have been a slight collision between him and the catcher, or he just got off balance. But that ball is hit straight up center field for Borum for yet another hit by the Bisons, and that moves runners to the corners. Borum at first, and now Adams at third. And with 0 outs, the Bisons have 2 men on. And this was the offense that we were seeing in the first couple innings from the Bisons. They got quiet, and this is exactly what Coach Forehand wanted to see come back out aggressive here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
A little bit of a strange read from Adams there. He was on at second. It looked clearly off the bat that ball was going to be a base hit, but he held up. I think he might have been unclear where the shortstop was playing behind him, so Adams might have had a chance to score. That ball was hit awfully hard. It would have been a close play at the plate, but because he got a late jump, Coach Forehand elected to hold him up at third base. And so, as you mentioned, the Bisons have runners on the corners with nobody out, and we have a pitching change. We'll step aside when we come back. Your score, Lipscomb 8 and Austin Peay 6 as we play here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. The new pitcher for the Governors is redshirt freshman Matt McGran, 6'5", 181-pounder out of Coconut Creek, Florida, and Coral Springs Charter School. McGran is making his 8th appearance on the season. He's worked 7 1/3 innings, given up 7 hits, 10 runs, 10 earned, walked 10, struck out 6, has an ERA of 12.27. And the situation that he is going to inherit is Haddon Adams running at third and Tiger Borum running at first. Nobody out. Bottom of the 6th inning. 1 run already home here for the Bisons in this bottom of the 6th, and the Bisons leading 8-6, and the leading hitter for the Bisons, and the guy who's been an RBI machine so far, Chaz Bertolani is going to stand in there. Chaz already with 3 RBIs on the day. And again, here to tell you all about it is Erica Plunkett.
Doc Allen already mentioned that Chaz Bertolani has 3 RBIs in the afternoon. It started with a sacrifice fly in the first where he brought home the runner Borum, or Adams rather. And then in the second, he had a single that was a 2 RBI single, and that ball from McGrann is low against Chaz Bertolani to bring the count to 1-0. And then Chaz also walked in the fourth. McGrann has quite a challenge ahead of him. 2 of the Bison's best base runners, Adams and Borum, are both on, and arguably the Bison's best batter, Bertolani, at the plate.
I don't think there's even an argument about it. He's statistically been on fire and been an RBI machine lately. And both of these runners run really well. Adams running at third and Borum running at first. Both have excellent speed.
And this was not the start that he wanted. It's now 2-0 against Bertolani. The 2-0 pitch, Bertolani fouls backwards to bring the count to 2-1. Borum has a decently aggressive lead at first base, but Adams is hanging pretty close to the third base bag. McGrann goes up against Bertolani here, the count at 2-1. And that ball is low. Borum's going to go for the steal, and he gets it. The second baseman didn't have an opportunity to reach back on the base. He had to come forward to get that ball from the catcher.
It's Tiger Borum's 4th stolen base on the season, so he's now 4 for 8 on the season. That puts runners at second and third. An important base there to get. One of the small parts of the game. Takes you out of the double play risk now with nobody out. You've got a chance to really put a little more pressure on the defense here.
And to make matters worse for McGrann, that also was a ball, so it brings the count to 3-1 against Bertolani. And that ball is low for a walk against the catcher. And the Bisons now have the bases loaded with 0 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Your score, once again, Bisons have 8 runs off of 7 hits and 2 errors, and the Governors have 6 runs off of 5 hits and 0 errors. And that brings up to the plate the first baseman, Chris Bachelor. He had an RBI single in the first, a 2-run home run in the second, and then flew out in the fourth. So it doesn't get any easier for McGrann here, as he has some very talented runners and now is facing a very talented batter for the Bisons. That ball is outside.
Nope, called it a strike. I thought it was
Oh, he
high, but he
did.
did call it a strike. So no balls, 1 strike to Bachelor.
1-1-2 Bachelor. If he were to walk Bachelor, there is no room for him, so that would score a run and give the Bisons a little bit more breathing room as the Governors try to close in. McGrann will step off and reset. None of the runners have a huge lead, but Bertolani will bounce ahead now, and that ball goes high from McGrann to even the count at 1-1 against Bachelor.
A defensive alignment for the Governors. Third baseman Avros is playing back behind the runner at third. First baseman McDonald is in front of the runner at first. He'd try to come home if a ground ball went to him. Double play depth up the middle for short and second.
Here comes the 1-1-2 Bachelor. Bachelor bites at that one and swings, and it looks like he may have clipped the catcher. He's going to try to shake that one off.
Yeah, I think the ball might have nicked him, but because if he hit him with his bat, that would have been a catcher's interference. So I'm assuming he didn't get him with the bat there because we did not see a call from home plate umpire Aaron Davis. So had he reached up and got hit with a bat, that would have been catcher's interference. But I think what might have happened is the ball tipped off his glove or got him at an awkward angle on that glove hand.
And now Bachelor faces the 1-2 pitch from McGrann, but McGrann once again will step off and reset. The 1-2-2 Bachelor is inside, and they're going to say that he was hit by the pitch.
It hit him.
Which advances Borum to third, Bertolani to second, and brings home Haddon Adams for another run for the Bisons.
So RBI there for Chris Bachelor, hit by the pitch, but Bisons will take it. That's their 9th run on the day. That'll stretch the lead to 9-6, and it looks like we're going to have another call to the bullpen. So we'll hold it right here. during this pitching change and just update you on some of the scores from the Atlantic Sun Conference teams that are in action and other area teams. Across town, Belmont is leading Tennessee Martin 9-8 in the bottom of the 7th. Jacksonville State leading Samford 2-0, top of the 2nd. Eastern Kentucky and Kentucky State have been postponed. And it's final now. Duke has beaten Liberty 5-4. A good ball game there tonight in Durham as Duke comes out on top 5-4 over Liberty. Florida Gulf Coast is leading Florida Atlantic now 11-9. That's been a back-and-forth game. They're in the top of the 6th inning. Stetson is leading South Florida 3-1 in the bottom of the 4th. Also in the bottom of the 4th, Jacksonville leading University of Central Florida 4-0. Kentucky is leading Bellarmine 3-1 in the top of the 3rd. Tennessee and Western Carolina tied 2-2 in the top of the 4th. And Central Arkansas is at Arkansas later tonight, a 7:30 Central schedule start there. We did mention earlier that North Alabama was postponed for their scheduled game against Ole Miss. Another schedule update. Reminder that the Bisons will be in action here this weekend. 3 games against Bellarmine in ASUN Conference play. Thursday night at 6, Friday at 6, and Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. If you're in the area, come out to the ballpark and enjoy some Atlantic Sun Conference baseball. Pitching change for the Governors, and here to tell you all about it once again is Erica Plunkett.
And the Govs go to their bullpen and bring out Colin Luce. Colin Luce is a sophomore right-hander. He has a 4.50 ERA on the season. This will be his 3rd appearance. He has 2 innings pitched. He's allowed 1 run off of 2 hits and has walked 1 batter while striking out 3. And he's got quite a situation to get out of here. The Bisons still have the bases loaded. Tiger Borum is at 3rd, Chaz Bertolani at 2nd, and Chris Bachelor at 1st. And coming to the plate now is Carter Smith, the senior left fielder. Once again, the Bisons have no outs in this inning and now lead this game 9-6 after scoring 2 runs here to start the bottom of the 6th. Both Brian Moore and Haddon Adams have already scored. And Carter Smith comes to the plate. He flew out in the 2nd and the 4th and walked in the 1st, facing the sophomore Luce. And the pitch is right in the strike zone, bringing the count to 0-1 against Smith.
Borum, your runner at 3rd. Bertolani running at 2nd, and Bachelor running at 1st. So excellent speed at 3rd, and some speed out there at 2nd base as well. Nobody out, bottom of the 6th inning. Lipscomb now leading 9-6 over Austin Peay.
And Luce gets ahead here in the count, 0-1. They'll step back, reset, and get ready for this 0-1 pitch against the left fielder, Smith. The 0-1 pitch for Luce is low, but
Blocked up there by Cotto. He kept it.
Able to keep it in front of him.
Kept it in front of him. Kept it from going through to add to the Bison's lead here. Again, great speed at 3rd base, and certainly the Governors are aware of that and know that it doesn't take it to get very far away from the plate for Borum to motor down the line.
And Borum did try to jump on that one. Once again, not super aggressive leads here off the bags for the Bison's runners. But Carter Smith sends that one and will just go foul nearly inside the right field line to bring home a couple of batters, but he'll go foul and bring the count to 1-2 against left fielder.
He just missed cleaning the bases off there. He ripped that one down the right field line, but it was foul by about 5 feet, and excellent job on Carter Smith's part, but he's now down in the count, of 1-2 strikes to Colin Luce. Again, nobody out, and the bases are full of Bisons.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Luce, and Smith tries that one again, but that one will go fair.
Nope, they called it foul. Called it foul. I thought they were gonna rule it fair.
It looked like it had bounced
was
just on the line.
Very
but
close on the line.
It depended on which side the first base umpire was going to say it fell on, and he's going to say it just went outside.
Yeah.
And so everyone will reset. Bachelor back to 1st, Bertolani back to 2nd, and Borum back to 3rd, and Carter Smith back to the plate, staying alive with the 1-2 count.
First base umpire Stephen Hagan had to dodge out of the way of that one, so I guess he had a good view of it as he was trying to dance out of the way. But again, 2 balls in a row that Smith has hit hard in front of on the pull side. And we'll see what he can do here with a 1-2 count.
1-2 pitch from Luce. He will send that into right field, and that will bring home Borum. and send Chris Bashler to third. It'll also bring home Chaz Bertolani. So Carter Smith has a 2 RBI single that will advance both Bertolani and Borum to score and Chris Bashler to third.
So really nice piece of hitting there, Erica. Let me tell you what I saw Smith do. He hammered those 2 balls foul, and then on that one, it was a ball a little bit more away from him. Tough pitch to handle. He's got 2 strikes. He doesn't try to do too much to it. He just guides it through that hole between first and second. So we've mentioned Carter Smith, a senior, played a lot of baseball. That's a really mature swing there because he knows if he can get that ball through the infield, chance to pick up a couple of runs. Doesn't feel as good as hitting those line drives, but those RBIs sure feel good when you see them on the score sheet. So 2 RBIs from Carter Smith. Bison stretched the lead to 11-6.
And Luce now faces the Bison's 6th batter, Robbie Merced, the third baseman. That first pitch will be outside for a ball against Merced. Merced was hit by the pitch in his first at-bat in over a month in the first inning, then struck out in the second and had a ground out in the 5th. The Bison still have 0 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning and runners on first and third. That ball is fouled back by Merced up into the parking garage to even the count at 1-1 from Luce. You mentioned how mature Carter Smith's swing was, and you would expect that from a player who has played at the top level of baseball here in college. He's a transfer from Florida State, has played in the College World Series, and just a huge asset for the Bisons to have. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Luce to Merced, and that ball they will say caught the bottom part of the strike zone to bring the count to 1-2 against Merced.
Good offering from Luce there. It looked like a curveball that he had him fooled on, and so Merced let it go, and he's down in the count of ball and 2 strikes. Still nobody out here. Runners on the corners for the Bisons. Bashler running at third, Carter Smith running at first.
That 1-2 pitch, Cotto is able to get ahead of him and keep the runners where they are. Neither Bashler nor Smith has too much of a lead. We have seen Smith be more aggressive as a base runner, but it doesn't look like he's going to be trying to get any steals right now. And that brings the count to 2-2 against Merced. Merced hits that one straight into center field, and that will bring home Chris Bashler and send Carter Smith to third. He will just be safe. The third baseman tried to say that he caught him, but
yeah, I think he was safe. He got in under the tag. Really good hustle there. Smith doesn't hesitate coming around second. Again, great piece of hitting there from Merced. Takes it the other way, drives in the run as he brings in Bashler. Carter Smith never hesitated rounding second. Comes all the way in and makes an excellent slide. And he did get in under the tag. And then Merced alertly takes second on the throw. So once again, now you've got runners second and third. Nobody out still. 5 runs in this inning. And the Bisons now have extended that lead 12-6 as they've put up 5 runs in this inning alone.
Luce now faces the 7th man in the Bison's lineup, the catcher Trey Ham, who had a ground out in the first, had a single in the third, and fouled out in the 5th. There are runners on second and third for the Bisons and no outs here for the Bisons in the bottom of the 6th inning. The first pitch from Luce to Ham is outside. Once again, Cotto gets ahead of that ball and keeps Smith at bay at the third base. Count is now 1-0 against Ham. Seems like just a minute ago the Governors were knocking on the Bison's door, but now it's a 6-run lead for the Bisons.
Yeah, good response here from the Bisons. As you mentioned, the Bisons scored in the first and second and then were very quiet in 3 straight innings and now have come back to put up a 5 spot after the Governors put up 6 runs of their own. So there was a strike there. It's a ball and a strike to Ham.
Ham looks at the 1-1 pitch, but that is well wide, bringing the count to 2-1 against the catcher from Luce. Luce is the 6th pitcher for the Governors so far this afternoon and the 2nd pitcher this inning. The 2-1 pitch to Ham just catches the strike zone, bringing the count at 2-2.
Yeah, good pitch there. He caught the outside low part of the plate. Ham obviously looking for a pitch he can drive at 2-1 and didn't like that one, but it was an excellent pitch. Good execution there by Luce. Still 2-2, nobody out. Runners second and third.
The 2-2 pitch is just low, bringing the count full.
Yeah, just missed with that one. That's another good pitch. Almost the same spot, but a little lower, a little further outside. So good discipline by Ham not to offer at it. But again, another Another good offering from Luce, who's trying to stay and keep this one right where it is and keep it within striking distance.
Payoff pitch is outside, and that will walk Ham. So once again, the Bisons have the bases loaded for the third time this inning, and that will bring to the plate a pinch hitter, Malik Williams. We haven't seen Williams in a while. He's been dealing with injury since the Kennesaw State series a couple weekends ago. And Malik Williams is a power hitter. He's done well all season long for the Bisons. So far on the season, he's batting .191 with 9 hits and 6 runs.
So, yeah, as you mentioned, first at bat in a while for Malik, but he gets him in with the bases loaded, nobody out.
And that ball from Luce is just outside the strike zone. The count is now 1-0 against Malik Williams. Williams has become a much more patient batter from last season. And that ball is hit straight up into center field. The center fielder is going to come up under it for the Governors and make an easy out. But the runners think about advancing, but they hold up where they are. So the Governors finally get 1 out against the Bisons. But the bases remain loaded for the sophomore Luce as he goes up against senior Brian Moore, who has already batted in this inning.
Yep. 10th man to bat in the inning now for the Bisons. He started it off, as you mentioned, with a walk and stole a base and scored a run, what seems like a very long time ago, starting this inning up, Erica.
Absolutely, and he'd love to score again here to finish off this inning. Moore did not face Luce, however. He was facing the previous Governors pitcher, Matt Mangren. And that pitch is low. Once again, Cota does a good job of keeping that in front of him and avoiding any further damage from the Bison's runners. The count is now 1-0 against Moore. Here from Luce in the bottom of the 6th inning. Your runners are Carter Smith at third. And that ball, once again,
yeah, outside corner. He's getting that fastball out there. It's got a little bit of a cutting action. Looks like it's going away from the right-handed hitter, and he got it on the outside corner there, which he's been able to do successfully a couple of times now. And when he's been able to execute that pitch, it has given the Bison's hitter some trouble.
1-1 pitch from Luce. Just inside.
Nope, I think he called the inside corner of that. I think that's going to call for a strike there. It looks like it's going to be 1-2.
Luce is finally able to get ahead of the Bison's batter. Trey Ham is at first. Robbie Merced is at second. And Carter Smith at third. This time he's not able to get that one in the strike zone, just barely outside of the strike zone to even the count at 2-2.
Might have been a little low as well, but again, Luce has done a good job throwing it to that spot. And when he's hit it, he's been effective.
Bisons are leading 12-6 here in the bottom of the 6th with only 1 out. Moore hits that one deep into center field. Both the shortstop, third baseman, and center fielder are all running back, and none of them are able to get it, which will advance Trey Ham to second. It will score Robbie Merced and Carter Smith, and Moore is now on first with an RBI or 2 RBI single.
So that was kind of hitting what you'd call the Bermuda Triangle out there. You had your left fielder Guthrie, center fielder Spain, and shortstop Head all going for it, and it just landed in a spot where nobody could quite get. Ball was not hit hard, hit off the end of the bat, drops in. Runners obviously have to hold to see if it's going to be caught, but once they saw it was down, they were kind of bodies strewn everywhere, and so that allowed Merced to come all the way around and score from second base. And as you mentioned, Smith scored easily from third, and Ham gets out to second. So now you got first and second with 1 out, and back to the top of the order, Haddon Adams.
And the Bisons now have their biggest lead of the afternoon. The Bisons lead 14-6 off of 10 hits and 2 errors, and the Governors have 6 runs off of 5 hits and 0 errors. That pitch from Luce to Adams does get that bottom corner of the strike zone that you mentioned that he's been effective at getting this inning. And the count is now 0-1 against Adams, who had an RBI single earlier this inning. Your runners are Brian Moore at first and Trey Ham at second. That ball was just outside, and now the count is 1-1 against the second baseman with 1 out and 2 men on.
So tough break for Luce on that last ball. He got weak contact, but it just landed right in the middle of everybody where nobody could get to it.
1-1 pitch is hit deep into right field. It looks like the right fielder will come in and get that one, and the runners will hold up at first and second base. Adams is retired for the second out, and that will bring back to the plate Tiger Borum, who had a single and scored just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Borum looking at a 1-for-3 day so far. He's walked and scored a run. He popped out on a bunt attempt. He grounded out and then singled and stole a base and scored a run earlier in this inning. So 1-for-3 on the day and scored a couple runs.
Once again, Tiger Borum is a true freshman for the Bisons who has played a key starting role for them all season long. That ball is high from Luce, and the count is 1-0 against the right fielder Borum. Neither Moore or Ham has a very aggressive lead. And as Borum swings through that one and brings the count 1-1 against Luce. Luce is put into this game to replace Mangren when the Bisons had the bases loaded. One pitch to Borum is very high and inside, and the count is now 2-1 against Borum. The first baseman is playing behind the runner, and the third baseman is just a little bit forward as Borum swings through that one and brings the count 2-2. Luce would love to get out of this inning, getting the strikeout against Borum. That pitch is just outside, bringing the count full for what seems like the 100th time this afternoon.
A long game. We're approaching 3 hours, and we're still in the bottom half of the 6th inning here.
Right fielder TJ Forum is still very deep, and Borum reaches for that one, which ends the inning. The Bisons are able to score 7 runs for their biggest lead so far. They're up 8 runs on the Governors. The Bisons have 14 runs off of 10 hits and 2 errors, and the Governors have 6 runs off of 5 hits and 0 errors. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube.
We head to the top half of the 7th inning. The Bisons are now leading Austin Peay 14-6. Sophomore right-hander Tyler Sills back out on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. He came on in the 6th and got a strikeout and a fly ball out. He'll be facing 6, 7, and 8, McDonald, Bolton, and Cotto for the Austin Peay Governors. And once again, here to tell you all about it is Erica Plunkett.
And Sills goes up against McDonald, who had 2 flyouts before having a RBI single in the 5th inning, and that ball is high from Sills, bringing the count to 1-0 against McDonald. We are seeing a defensive change for the Bisons. Ty Jones is now in right field, replacing Tiger Borum, who has moved over to center field, and Maddox Houghton will be finished for the afternoon. The second ball from Sills is fouled back by McDonald, so the count is now even 1-1 against the first baseman. The Bison's infield is playing fairly deep, roughly at double play depth, and the outfield is near the warning track, so playing pretty deep. The wind has died down here, and that pitch from Sills comes across the plate as a strike. The count is now 1-2 for Sills against McDonald. And Sills gets strike number 3. He catches McDonald looking, and that's Sills' second strikeout on the afternoon, and only 3 batters faced, and he will now go up against a pinch hitter for the Governors, taking the spot of John Bolton.
Looks like Malcolm Tipler, infielder, redshirt senior from Jackson, Tennessee.
And that ball is high from Sills. I think he knew that when he jumped off the mound. And the count is now 1-0 against Tipler, who's batting .263 on the season. He has 10 hits and 3 runs and 1 RBI. And that's a strike from Sills. The count is now 1-1 against Tipler. One pitch from Sills is going to bounce up for a ball.
So one of the challenges, Erica, that last inning, that last inning seemed to last 45 or 50 minutes. So a lot of times your pitchers get a little stiff, get a little cold sitting over there waiting on that. And then it is nice to come back and pitch with a big lead, however.
Yes, and that ball, once again, high for Sills, bringing the count 3-1. You mentioned how long the 6th inning was for the Bisons. They had 12 batters the Governors pitchers had to face. Haddon Adams is able to get that line out from Tipler, and that's the second out of the inning for the Governors. And that will bring up to the plate the catcher for the Governors, Tyler Cotto, who walked in the 2nd, had an RBI single in the 4th, and an RBI single in the 5th. So 2 for 2 on the day for Cotto, who's done a really good job both offensively and defensively for the Governors. He's kept a lot of balls in front of him and prevented even more damage from the Bison's hot batters today. That ball is high from Sills. The count is 1-0 against Cotto. So Governors have 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and they're going to say that Cotto went for that one, and the count is now 1-1 for Sills against Cotto. 1-1 pitch. Cotto's going to foul that one back. The count is now 1-2. The Bisons lead 14-6 here. The Bisons have 10 hits and scored 14 runs off of those 10 hits. The Governors have 5 hits and have scored 6 runs off of those. The Bisons have 2 errors, then the Governors have none. And the pitch from Sills is just outside the strike zone to even the count at 2-2. They're inside. If Cotto is able to reach, that would bring up to the plate Najee Guthrie, who has reached base in both the 4th and the 5th inning. That ball is inside as Cotto has to bounce back, and the count is now full against the catcher. Cotto has not been retired so far this afternoon. The payoff pitch is coming from Sills, and he's going to bite at that one and foul it back to stay alive.
Looked like a slider that he was in front of there, so keep it at 3-2, 2 outs. Outfield deep in left field is Smith. Wind has kind of died down for the moment. Borum pretty shallow in center, and Ty Jones, the new right fielder, is in normal depth out there for this payoff pitch.
We do it all over again. The pitch from Sills, and that one, they're going to say, was just outside. And that will advance Cotto to first, his second walk of the afternoon. And Guthrie comes up to the plate. He struck out in the second, but he did have a single in the fourth and was walked in the fifth. Left fielder did score. The pitch from Sills goes inside for a strike. The count is now 0-1 as Sills gets ahead of Guthrie. And Cotto has a pretty moderate lead at first base. It doesn't look like he's trying to steal as that ball is hit deep into left field by Guthrie. A great hit to advance Cotto to third. But Carter Smith does a good job of getting over there and preventing any runs from the Governors. They would have had quite a challenge. It would have had to be all the way around. But a double for Guthrie, and that brings up to the bag, or up to the plate rather, Avros, who flew out in the first. He reached on a fielding error in the third and had a RBI walk in the fifth. The Governors do still have 2 outs so far in this inning, as Sills faces Avros here in his second inning of work for the Bisons. And that pitch is just too far inside, and the count is now 1-0 against Avros. Robbie Merced is playing pretty close to third base, a little bit ahead of the bag. And it looks like we're going to have a meeting at the mound with pitching coach Grayson Crawford.
Give us a chance to update you again on the schedule. Reminder that Bellarmine is coming in town for a 3-game series on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Games on Thursday and Friday at 6 p.m., Saturday at 2 p.m. All of those will be here at Dugan Field. Bisons then head to the road. They'll play crosstown at Belmont next Tuesday at 4 p.m. and then 3 games at Liberty on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, and 2 at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh currently ranked in the top 25 and off to an excellent start in their ACC season. So 3 this weekend with Bellarmine, and then on the road for 6 before coming home to play Appalachian State. So we invite you to come over to the ballpark, check out that Bellarmine series as you get ready for a holiday weekend. Resetting our situation here, it's 1 ball and no strikes to leadoff hitter Gino Avros. Runners are at second and third, 2 outs in the top of the 7th, and Lipscomb leading 14-6.
And the 1-0 pitch from Sills, just a little bit too high. The count is now 2-0 against Avros. Coach Grayson Crawford just went out and talked to Sills for a minute. Saw something he wanted to pass on to his sophomore right-hander. The count is now 3-0 against Avros. As your runners at second and third are Guthrie and Cotto for the Governors. The Bisons do hold an 8-run lead over Austin Peay, 14-6 here in the top half of the 7th inning. 3-0 pitch from Sills is inside, and that will advance Avros to first, and the bases are now loaded for the Governors. This is how the Bisons started the bottom half of the 6th inning and were able to capitalize on it, but the difference here is that the Governors do have 2 outs already here in the top half of the 7th inning. And that brings number 16, the right fielder, TJ Foreman, to the plate. The second batter for the Governors. He walked in the first. He had a ground out in the third. He was at bat twice in the 5th inning. He was hit by the pitch and then fouled out. And it looks like we're going to have a call to the bullpen for the Bisons.
And this looks like the right-hander Ike Buxton, I believe, is going to be coming in. So we'll step aside while the pitching change happens. Again, we're in the top half of the 7th inning. Lipscomb is leading 14-6, and we'll come back. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons baseball on YouTube Live. New pitcher on for the Bisons is the freshman right-hander Ike Buxton, 6'3", 208 pounds, out of Ketchum, Idaho, and Boise State, played previously. Buxton has been one of the Bison starters. He's actually started 5 games on the season. He's got a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, an ERA of 5.68. He's worked 19 innings, 25 hits, 14 runs, 12 earned, 10 walks, and 14 strikeouts. He is a hard thrower. You will see Buxton run it up there in the mid-90s as he's got that very live fastball, also a slider and a changeup. And so he inherits a bases-loaded situation here. Just to recap this inning for the Governors, it started with a strikeout of McDonald and a line out of Tipler, the pinch hitter, and then Cotto walked on a 3-2 pitch. Guthrie doubled down the line, and then Averos has just walked to load the bases. So 2 walks and a base hit in the inning. And Buxton is going to come on and try to shut the door here on the Governors. Again, Lipscomb is leading 14-6. Lipscomb has 14 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors. And Austin Peay has 6 runs on 6 hits and no errors. And Ike Buxton will be on with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And again, to tell you about it is Erica Plunkett.
And correction, the runner at first is actually Luna, who is pinch hitting for Averos. Luna's at first. You've got Guthrie at second and Cotto at third. As it looks like a balk is called. And before Buxton can even get a pitch off, the Governors score a run, bringing home Cotto, advancing Luna to second, and bringing Guthrie to third.
Yeah, I didn't see the reason that was called. I'm not sure why that was called. We'll have to check on an explanation.
And now Buxton faces Foreman, who swings at that one. This is Buxton's first appearance in relief so far on the season. You mentioned the 5 starts for the Bisons that he has. He's only made 5 appearances on the season. He's a transfer from Boise State. And the count is now 1-0 against Foreman. And Foreman hits that one deep into right field. Ty Jones will come up under that one and get the 3rd out of the inning for the Bisons. The Governors do score 1 run, but the Bisons still hold a 7-run lead over the Governors here midway through the 7th inning. The Bisons have 14 runs off of 10 hits and 2 errors, and the Governors have 7 runs off of 6 hits and 0 errors as you watch Lipscomb Bisons baseball on YouTube.
New pitcher on for the Austin Peay Governors. He is the sophomore right-hander Sebastian Martinez, 6 foot tall, 179 pounds, out of Port Lucie, Florida, Treasure Coast High School. He becomes the 7th pitcher on the night for the Governors. And he'll be facing the heart of the Bison's order, 3, 4, and 5, Bertolani, Bachelor, and Smith. And once again, here to tell you about it is Erica Plunkett.
Martinez has a 2.0 ERA on the season. This is his 7th appearance, 1 win, 1 loss. He's had 9 innings pitched, 9 hits allowed, 5 runs allowed, 8 batters walked, and 9 strikeouts. And that ball from Chaz Bertolani is hit up to the 3rd baseman, and that throw is just high for the first baseman, which keeps Bertolani safe at first for a single.
They are going to rule that an error, I think, probably a throwing error on the 3rd baseman there.
And for the 5th time today, or rather the 4th time today, Bertolani has reached base. Bertolani has either scored a run or reached base every single time that he's been at the plate this afternoon. And it's easy to see why he was a preseason All-A-Sun selection. And that brings up to the plate Chris Bachelor, the first baseman. He had an RBI single in the first, a 2-run home run in the second, flew out in the fourth, and had a hit-by-pitch RBI in the 6th inning as part of the Bison's many runs scored there in the bottom of the 6th. Last time the Bisons were up to bat, they scored 7 runs to extend their lead. And Bachelor gets ahead in the count 1-0 against Martinez, now making it 2-0 as that ball was way outside. Cotto had to reach up to get that ball and keep it in front of him. Bertolani, your runner at first, and due up behind Bachelor is Carter Smith. That ball is low from Martinez, and the count is now 3-0 against Bachelor, with a chance here to reach base via the walk. The 3-0 pitch from Martinez is outside, and Bachelor will reach. That advances Bertolani to second, and Carter Smith comes up to the plate. He walked in the first, flew out in the second and fourth, and then had a 2 RBI single in the 6th inning. And if Martinez isn't careful, he could end up with the Bisons having loaded bases yet again. That would be the 4th time in 2 innings. Neither Bachelor nor Bertolani looks like they're going to try to steal, but Martinez does look back at Bertolani, and that pitch is across the plate for a strike. And Martinez gets ahead of Smith, 0-1 here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Infield's playing at double play depth, but the outfield is fairly far back, primarily the right fielder, Foreman, who has hung out near the warning track pretty much all afternoon long. That pitch from Martinez does even the count at 1-1 against Smith. First baseman John McDonald is playing behind Chris Bachelor. And another outside pitch from Martinez brings the count to 2-1 against the senior left fielder, Smith.
Wind has died down now and rain has stopped, so we're able to get in more baseball than we thought we might have when we saw those clouds come in earlier.
There's a strike from Martinez straight across the plate to even the count at 2-2. Martinez looks back at Bertolani and then throws the pitch low to Carter Smith to bring the count full. And the payoff pitch coming from Martinez takes one more look back at Bertolani, who doesn't have a huge lead. And Carter Smith fouls that one back to stay alive here in bottom half of the 7th inning. The Bisons have 2 men on with no outs. Bachelor is at first and Bertolani at second. Tipler is playing pretty much directly in between the first and second base bags. Tipler has come in to play second base here as a defensive substitution for the Governors. That ball is inside for Smith, and another walk, back-to-back walks for Martinez. The Bisons have the bases loaded with 0 outs yet again, and that brings to the plate Robbie Merced. Robbie Merced was hit by the pitch to lead off his first game back here in over a month. He struck out looking in the second, grounded out in the 5th, and then had an RBI double in the 6th and scored as well. The catcher Cotto goes out and has a quick chat with Martinez. And I wouldn't expect any of the Bisons to try to steal base right now.
Yeah, nowhere to go. Bases loaded. So you've got Bertolani at third, Bachelor at second, and Smith running at first. And Merced up there with a chance to do some damage with no outs, and already the Bison's up 14-7.
And that is a strike from Martinez. Merced checked his swing, but that pitch was inside the strike zone. So the count is now 0-1 against the first baseman, Merced, or the third baseman, Merced.
It's like the third base umpire, Todd Henderson, who swung over in the middle of the field, was giving some advice there to Martinez about something to avoid, possibly a balk. We saw a balk called in the top half of the inning on Ike Buxton as he came in with the bases loaded, allowed a run to score. So that one missed downstairs. It's a ball and a strike.
Martinez takes a long pause to figure out what his catcher wants him to do. And that ball is up and inside. The count is now 2-1 against Merced. And it doesn't look like there's any action in the Governor's bullpen. There might be a few people down there.
A little bit of stretching, nobody throwing. It doesn't look like Alexis Martinez's game right now.
And Martinez does get the strike there against Merced as Merced reaches for that one. Martinez is the seventh pitcher for the Governors this afternoon. Midweek games, you see a lot of action from a lot of people. Gets a lot of experience for some of the younger guys. But so far this afternoon, we've seen Josephson, Mills, McElwain, Wellman, Mangren, Luce, and now Martinez for the Governors. That ball is outside, and the count is now full against Merced. Once again, your runners are Carter Smith at first, Chris Bachelor at second, and Chaz Bertolani at third. And Merced faces the payoff pitch from Martinez, and that ball is just called a strike. I think Merced thought that he could argue for
No,
a ball.
that was pretty much right down the pike, I think. I don't think there was a lot of arguing to be done about that one. If it was not going to be successful.
And that will be the first out of the inning for the Bisons, and bring up to the plate Trey Ham, who had a ground out in the first, a single in the third, fouled out in the fifth, and in the sixth, he reached via the walk, and he gets behind the count 0-1. And he is now behind 0-2.
Like a slider there, kind of a backdoor slider that he started inside and then broke over the inside part of the plate. So he gets Ham quickly in a no-ball, two-strike count.
And the 0-2 pitch, Ham reaches for, and they'll say he went for it. So he strikes out swinging, bringing up to the plate Ty Jones. This is Ty Jones's first at bat. In the sixth inning, Malik Williams replaced Maddox Houghton in the eighth batting spot for the Bisons, and then Ty Jones played in right field here in the top half of the seventh, and will now face Martinez here with bases loaded and 2 outs for the Bisons. And that ball is a strike from Martinez. Martinez has done a fantastic job of bouncing back.
Jones come in hitting .333. He's only able to play in 7 games. Missed some time earlier this season, so he's just back this weekend playing, but comes in hitting .333 on the season with 1 homer and 8 RBIs.
The 1 pitch from Martinez as Chaz Bertolani sneaks up the left field line towards home. Count is now 0-2 against Jones. And that pitch is outside, keeping Ty Jones alive here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Bison's lead 14-7 off of 10 hits and 2 errors. The Governors have their 7 runs off of 6 hits and 1 error. Your runners on are Carter Smith, Chris Bachelor, and Chaz Bertolani at first, second, and third. Your batter at the plate is Ty Jones. That ball is high, evening the count at 2-2 for Martinez against Jones. Ty Jones faces now the 2-2 pitch. And that ball is just high. I think Martinez was hoping to get that strike 3, as all pitchers always are, but the count is now full.
Yeah, as a breaking ball, it looked like it just stayed high. I think it was clearly out of the zone, but full count now. Something's bound to happen. Bases loaded, 3-2, 2 outs.
First and third basemen are both behind their runners. And the second baseman and shortstop are both in the grass. Outfield is fairly normal depth, but it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a meeting between Cotto and Martinez. But no call to the bullpen, no coaches involved. Cotto just saw something that he wanted to pass on to Martinez as they go up against Ty Jones here with a full count in the bottom half of the 7th inning. The Bisons have 2 outs, 3 men on. Here comes the payoff pitch from Martinez as Carter Smith is going to run for it, and that one is swung through by Ty Jones to end the inning. Martinez escapes with no damage from the Bisons, even though he got the bases loaded early, and that will end the 7th inning. The Bisons lead 14-7. The Bisons have 14 runs off of 10 hits, 2 errors. The Governors have 7 runs off of 6 hits and 1 error. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube.
We head to the top half of the 8th inning. Thanks to Erica Plunkett for a couple of outstanding innings of play-by-play action there. And we'll have 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Governors. Spain, Head, and Delancey to face Ike Buxton. Buxton comes on as the 7th Bison's pitcher on the day. Starts him off with a fastball outside, 1 ball and no strike. So Caleb Williams started, went 2 innings. Patrick Williams an inning and 2/3. Wyatt Folsom an inning. Bryce Einstein a 1/3 of an inning. Tanner Morgan a 1/3 of an inning. Tyler Sills 1 1/3 innings. And now Buxton has pitched a 1/3 of an inning. And he gets a swing and a miss from Spain, and he'll make it a ball and a strike. Spain's had a busy day. Walked back in the 1st, struck out swinging in the 3rd, doubled and scored in the 5th, and struck out swinging in the 6th inning.
It almost seems like the Bison's pitching is the reverse of its normal order. Normally we start with Ike Buxton and finish with Caleb Williams, but today Coach Forehand decided to switch things up and get some more pitchers, some more reps, and so we're finishing off with Buxton and starting off with Williams.
That one missed inside and low. It's 2 balls and 1 strike on Garrett Spain. That one's going to catch the inside corner. It's going to be 2 balls and 2 strikes. So again, Buxton doesn't try to deceive you. He just comes right at you again with that mid-90s fastball. Does have a slider and change, but he has so far been working a steady diet of fastballs to Spain, who is, again, came in as the leading hitter for the Governors, batting .323, 3 home runs and 14 RBIs on the season. Here comes the 2-2. Swung on and hit in the air towards left field. Left fielder Carter Smith is camped out under it, and he's going to glove it there. So 1 out in the inning as Spain is retired rather on that fly out. That'll bring up shortstop Bobby Head. Head lined out back in the first. He walked and scored a run in the fourth. He flew out in the fifth, and then he struck out swinging in the sixth. So he's 0 for 3 on the day. Does have a run scored. 14 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Bison. 7 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Austin Peay Governors. And that's a strike right through there. No balls and 1 strike to Bobby Head. Swings through that one as well, and quickly he's in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. So do have an update on basketball. Anyone looking for a basketball score? At halftime, Gonzaga is leading, or just starting the second half, 49-32. Gonzaga is leading USC in NCAA tournament action tonight. Here comes the 0-2. That's going to miss high. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Bobby Head. And the 1-2. That's going to skip in there low. It's going to be 2-2 on Head. Again, Austin Peay, after this action tonight, they'll be in Richmond this weekend playing a 3-game series against Eastern Kentucky. 1 on Friday, a doubleheader on Saturday. Next Tuesday, they're at Southern Illinois, and then home against Morehead State on the 9th, 10th. That's going to be a called strike 3. He gets the call in the outside corner. And that'll be the second out of the inning and the first strikeout for Buxton. And so now that brings up Ty Delancey, designated hitter. He grounded back to the pitcher in the first, walked and scored a run in the fourth, walked and scored another run in the fifth, and then flew out in the 6th inning. So he's 0 for 2 on the day, has a couple of runs scored for the designated hitter for the Austin Peay Governors. Looks at a strike through there, so it's no balls and 1 strike. Buxton, as we mentioned, transferred from Boise State. He appeared in 4 games, all out of the bullpen last season. Was a 3-sport athlete in high school, baseball, hockey, and football. Gets a swinging strike there, and quickly Delancey is down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. And so after 1 year at Boise State, many of you may be familiar that they shut down their baseball program there related to the pandemic and decided to get out of the business of baseball. So Ike Buxton has found a home here in Nashville. Here comes the 0-2. Swung on and hit in the air, deep to right field. Jones going back, still going back toward the warning track. He's going to get there and glove it just short of the wall in right field. So Delancey hit that one a long way, but it is a loud out number 3, and nothing is doing for the Governors here in the top half of the 8th inning. So we head to the home half of the 8th inning, and Lipscomb is leading Austin Peay 14-7. You're watching Lipscomb Bison's Baseball on YouTube Live. We're headed to the home half of the 8th inning. Lipscomb is leading Austin Peay 14-7. 14 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Lipscomb Bison. 7 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error for the Austin Peay Governors. And Sebastian Martinez is back out on the mound for the Governors, and he'll be facing 9-1-2 for the Bison scheduled. We'll see if anyone makes a substitution here, as this should be the last at-bat for the Bisons if they're able to keep the Governors off the board here. But we'll start out with Brian Moore. Brian batting for the 5th time tonight. He walked and scored a run back in the 2nd. He popped out to the catcher in the 3rd. He walked and scored a run in the 6th. And then he batted again in the 6th and singled and was stranded. And he hits that one in the air to left field. It looks like Guthrie is going to come on a couple of steps, and he's going to glove that for the first out of the inning, and he retires Brian Moore. That'll take us back to the top of the order in Haddon Adams. Haddon's had a double to lead off the game for the Bisons and scored the first run. He walked and scored a run in the 2nd, grounded out in the 3rd, singled and scored a run in the 6th, and then flew out in the 6th inning as he batted around again a 2nd time. So another good night for the Bison spark plug senior Haddon Adams. 2 hits and 4 trips officially, and he takes a strike through there. No balls, 1 strike. He scored 3 runs, has an RBI, and has done what Coach Forehand wants him to do, which is get on base and make things happen for the Bisons, as he's done that tonight. So he'll face an 0-1 pitch from Sebastian Martinez. Looks at it high and outside the zone. It'll be a ball and a strike. So again, a back and forth game, as we mentioned. The Bisons jumping out early, Austin Peay battling back in the middle innings, and then the Bisons hanging up that big 7 spot in the 6th inning, which has really been the difference so far in the game as they batted around. Swung on and hit foul and out of play, and that'll be a ball and 2 strikes on Haddon Adams. Bisons batting around in that 6th inning and pushing 7 runs across the plate to really stretch this one out. It had tightened up to a 7-6 ball game, and that inning really made the difference and pushed them back to a comfortable lead here as we bat in the bottom half of the 8th inning.
But credit to Martinez, because it easily could have gotten out of hand in the 7th as well. The Bisons got the bases loaded and with 0 outs, and Martinez was able to come back from that and get 3 consecutive stops against the Bisons.
Yep, he's worked an inning and 2/3, walked 2, but he struck out 3, so he has done a good job since he came on. He did get out of that bases loaded jam, but he's got a 2-ball, 2-strike count to Haddon Adams. There's 1 out, bases are empty here in the bottom half of the 8th inning, and here comes the 2-2. That's going to miss high, and it's going to be 3-2.
We mentioned it earlier today, but Haddon Adams does a really good job, even when he gets behind in the pitch count, to push it full and have an opportunity to get on base.
So here comes the payoff, and he swings through it for strike 3. So another swinging strikeout. And that'll be 4 strikeouts for Martinez, who's done a really good job, as we mentioned, since he came on. And it'll be down to Tiger Borum, batting with 2 outs and the bases empty. Tiger walked and scored back in the 1st. Popped out on a bunt attempt in the 2nd. Grounded out in the 4th. Singled, stole a base and scored in the 6th, and then struck out swinging in the 6th. So officially 1 for 4 on the day, and a couple runs scored for Tiger. Now it's going to bounce up there, and it'll be a ball and no strikes. We appreciate everyone hanging in with us tonight. We're approaching 3 hours and 40 minutes on this one. It's been a long game, but we're glad that you've joined us. And again, appreciate all of our families who can't be here with us in person, but are here to support the Bisons via YouTube Live. Here comes the 1-0. That's way inside, almost hits him. Able to dance out of the way, and that'll make the count 2 balls and no strikes.
I know the Bisons are grateful that even though this is stretched to nearly 4 hours, they're still able to play. There are storms in the forecast, and we were expecting some rain earlier. It just sprinkled for a little bit, and then they were able to keep playing. So they're excited to be back out here and hopefully finish this off.
Yeah, he'd love to carry that momentum into the weekend. Diving stop there by Head at short, but he has no chance to throw out Borum. That's going to be a base hit all the way around. So Borum going the other way with that. Head ran over and knocked it down with his glove, but really didn't have a play. So Tiger Borum will be on first base with 2 outs, and that'll bring up the a pinch hitter, it appears. And this is going to be number 23, Ethan Stamps. So Stamps going to bat for Bertolani. His night is done. Stamps, a 5'9", 215-pound freshman out of Madison, Georgia, and Morgan County High School. Saw some action over the weekend in the activity at North Alabama. Has played some at third base and played some at designated hitter. And he will now get the at-bat with 2 outs and a runner on first base. Bottom of the 8th inning, Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 14-7. Stamps comes in batting .375. He's only had 16 at-bats on the season. He looks at a fastball strike through there for a no ball and 1 strike count. No home runs, 1 RBI for Stamps. Again, only 16 at-bats. He's played in 5 games so far, but some good swings that Coach Forehand likes what he sees off the bat of this young freshman. Here comes the 0-1, and he swings through a fastball down and in, and that's going to be 0-2.
And Chaz Bertolani definitely deserves the break after a long weekend and then coming in today as the designated hitter. So Coach Forehand feels like this game they've got a pretty good handle on right now and just resting his star catcher.
Another good day for Bertolani with 3 RBIs on the day and a base hit. Here comes the 0-2 to Stamps. Swings and taps it foul, and the count will remain no balls and 2 strikes. So, again, Bertolani with 3 RBIs on the day. Bachelor, 4 RBIs on the day. Carter Smith with 2 RBIs on the day. So a lot of production from the middle of that lineup, which you like to see. Those 3 hitting in the 3, 4, 5 spots for the Bisons. And so hopefully that offense can carry over into the weekend's activity. Here comes the 0-2, and it's fouled out of play. And Stamps will stay alive. And this is something we did see Stamps do over the weekend, again, the North Alabama series. He can extend these at-bats. He'll get his cuts up there. He can stay in there, foul off pitches, and try to extend those at-bats. So a promising future for this freshman. Seeing some of his first college action here this season for the Bisons. He does have an 0-2 count with Borum, your runner, at first. That's going to miss high and inside, and it'll be a ball and 2 strikes.
And even if Stamps were to reach here, it actually will be another pinch hitter coming in. David Graves will be replacing Chris Bachelor here, and also at first base. Chris Bachelor, you mentioned, had the 4 RBIs. They've had a pretty busy afternoon.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Stamps. Swings and taps it foul at the plate. Looked like a slider maybe that he just got off the end of the bat.
Appears as if Stamps is trying to get a record for number of fouls in an at-bat attempt.
Again, tip of the cap here to Martinez. Worked an inning and 2/3, 1 hit. Has walked 2, but he's got 4 strikeouts and faced 9 batters and done a good job keeping the Bisons off of the scoreboard because, as you mentioned, they had a chance to add to it with the bases loaded. So as you look for bright spots out of these games, this is certainly one for the Governors today. Here comes the 1-2 to Stamps. Swung on a tap foul again, and almost as if he heard us talking about him, Erica. Stamps doing just what we talked about, which is extending the at-bat, really trying to fight off those tough breaking pitches, looking for something he can drive, and obviously looking for a mistake pitch that maybe he can get a base hit off his bat here. There is a gap on the right side of the infield. Second baseman Tipler is pulled over toward the second base bag, so if he was able to get it off on the right side, he's got a gap over there. Elsewhere, the defensive alignment is pretty much straight away here. Again, 1 ball, 2 strikes on Stamps. Borum running at first. That's going to bounce up there, and it's going to be 2-2.
And this game seems pretty much in control of the Bisons right now. It's not out of the question that the Governors could come up in the top half of the 9th here in a minute and get 7 runs. The Bisons did it in the bottom half of the 6th, but a lot of times these at-bats, they don't matter as much as some very tight ball games do, but it gives Coach Forehand a really good chance to see what his young players can do. And you've mentioned Stamps has done a fantastic job of extending this at bat. This is exactly what Coach Forehand wants to see from his young player.
Fought all the way back from an 0-2 count to work the count full. So regardless of the outcome of the at-bat, it's been a good at-bat for Stamps. So here comes the payoff pitch. Swung on and hit foul out of the play again. And once again, Stamps continues to get up there and get his hacks and battle at the plate. So good battle on the way between Martinez and Stamps. Again, Borum is your runner at first base. We're playing here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Lipscomb is up a touchdown on Austin Peay right now, 14-7. And we're going to await the payoff pitch to Ethan Stamps. As Erica mentioned, pinch hitter David Graves on deck and would be next. Here it comes. Check swing, but he gets it back to the screen. And once again, Stamps is going to get his cuts up there. And you always feel, Erica, the longer these at-bats go, that the balance tips a bit to the hitter. You know, you've seen more pitches come out of the hand. Pitchers tend to get a little frustrated, and they got to do something. They think, what can I do to get this guy out of the box? And so we'll see how this one goes. Here comes the payoff to Stamps. And he gets him. So that one goes to Martinez, but a good at-bat from Stamps. And the Bisons do not add to their lead. They strand a runner there. I've got them down for total of 7 runners stranded on the evening. But we're going to head for the bottom of the 9th inning. We need 3 more outs to put this one in the books, and we'll be right back with you. Again, your score, Lipscomb 14 and Austin Peay 7. You're watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live. We head to the top of the 9th inning. New pitcher on for the Bisons is Tyler Drabick. Junior transfer from Kent State, 6'2", 199 pounds. Drabick is on for his team-leading 11th appearance. He's pitched 15 innings, given up 7 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, walked 8, and struck out 20, an ERA of 1.80. So he's been incredibly effective. Batters are hitting just 143 against him on the mound. And the scheduled hitters are 6, 7, and 8, which would be McDonald, Tipler, and Cotto. The last chances for the Governors here, but it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter here. And we'll give you the number here just as soon as we get it. Looks like that's number 34, Matt Jocelyn, that's going to hit. We'll tell you about Matt in a moment. He looks at a fastball high from Drabick, 1 ball and no strikes. Jocelyn is a 6'1", 203-pound redshirt sophomore from Columbia, Tennessee. Played his high school ball at Spring Hill High School, so a local young man getting some action here tonight. And he swings through that one, and it'll be a ball and a strike.
This is his 21st at-bat for the season. He's had 3 hits and 1 run, including a double, as well as 3 RBI.
That's a slider, catches the outside corner. It's a ball and 2 strikes. So that's kind of the trademark from Drabick. You're going to see that hard slider. He also throws a 2-seamer, a curve, and a changeup. But that hard slider is really tough on right-handed hitters, and he's got Jocelyn in a hole, a ball and 2 strikes. Same pitch, a little bit outside and low that time, so it's 2-2. Top of the 9th inning, Lipscomb leading Austin Peay 14-7. No outs, and Matt Jocelyn awaiting a 2-2 pitch from Tyler Drabick. Swings through the slider again, strike 3. Looks like we may have another pinch hitter here, so give us a moment to identify this. It looks like that's number 44, and that's going to be Reed Brown, a redshirt freshman out of Marietta, Georgia. So Brown is going to bat here for Tipler in the top half of the 9th inning.
And this is Brown's 9th at bat, 1 hit, no RBIs, and no runs. So far this season, he's batting 125.
Takes that one high. It'll be a ball and no strikes on Reed Brown. Again, Drabick on is the 8th pitcher of the night for the Bisons. We expected to see a lot of them and have not been disappointed, Erica. Here comes the 1-0. That's going to miss low and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Again, Caleb Williams started. He was followed by Patrick Williams, Wyatt Folsom, Bryce Einstein, Tanner Morgan, Tyler Sills, Ike Buxton, and Tyler Drabick now on to finish. Here comes the 2-0. And he swings through that one. It'll be 2 balls and a strike. Featured in that tonight. First college appearance for Tanner Morgan, who came in, faced one batter, got a strikeout, and then Ike Buxton working his first time out of the bullpen tonight. So a couple of firsts for the pitching staff. Here comes the 2-1. That's going to be in there for call strike 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And it also was Caleb Williams' first start.
You're right about that. So we've got a lot of firsts tonight all the way around. Here comes the 2-2. That's a slider's going to miss outside. It'll be 3 balls and 2 strikes to Reed Brown. Catcher Taylor Cotto waits on deck if he's scheduled.
I think pitching coach Grayson Crawford has to be pretty pleased with the overall performance of his pitchers this afternoon against his former team.
Checked his swing, but it's not going to matter. That's strike 3. Beautiful slider there as Drabick gets his second strikeout. That one's going to be looking. And the Governors are down to their final out, and that'll be in the person of the catcher, Tyler Cotto. Cotto walked back in the second inning. He singled and was stranded in the 4th and in the 5th, and then he walked in the 7th. So, as you mentioned, he's been on base 4 times tonight. Scored 1 run as he came in on the balk in the last, or in the 7th inning, rather, and it has a couple of base hits. So, Cotto's had a good night to show for himself. He's the only Governors player with multiple hits on the night. That'll go for ball 1. So Cotto with those 2 hits, the only Governor with multiple hits on the night. And he also has 2 RBIs for the only Governor with multiple RBIs. So Cotto has been a bright spot in the offense tonight for Coach Travis Jansen and the Governors. Here comes the 1-0.
Draper has the opportunity to be the first Bison's pitcher to retire. Cotto, no one has found a way to do that quite yet.
It's a ball and a strike on him now as he looks at a slider through there. Here comes the 1-1. And that slider is going to bounce up there. It's going to be 2-1. Not a save situation here, but Drabick having a chance to get some work in as he leads toward the weekend. Here comes the 2-1. And that's going to get called a strike. That's going to be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Slider on the outside edge there. So Governors are down to their final strike now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases empty. Top of the 9th inning. Lipscomb leading 14-7. And Drabick gets ready to deal to Cotto. And he's going to call him out on that one. That's a slider caught the upside of the zone. And so Drabick comes in and is perfect. He strikes out the side. 3 straight strikeouts, and that will end that one. You can wrap this one in purple and gold. Lipscomb has defeated Austin Peay 14-7. So to recap our line score, the final line score, Lipscomb 14 runs on 11 hits. They made 2 errors. There were 10 left on base for the Bisons. For Austin Peay, 7 runs on 6 hits, 1 error, and 10 left on base. I believe the winning pitcher will be Caleb Williams, who will go to 1-0 on the season. And I believe Hayden Josephson, the starter, will get the loss for Austin Peay. And to recap the situation, nothing doing for Austin Peay in the first inning. The Bisons went right to work, got a double off the bat of Haddon Adams, followed by a walk to Tiger Borum, and then a sac fly off the bat of Chaz Bertolani, followed by a single from Chris Bachelor. Carter Smith walked, and Robbie Merced was hit by a pitch. And the Bisons ended up plating 3 runs in the first inning. They went right back to work in the second inning. Brian Moore led off with a walk, stole a base, came around to score. There was another walk to Haddon Adams. The big hit again off the bat of Chaz Bertolani. He singled in a couple of runs, reached base. He eventually came around to score because Chris Bachelor hit one over the wall for a home run. And so the Bisons jumped out to an early 7-0 lead. Stayed that way till the 4th inning when Austin Peay went to work. They started the inning off with a couple of walks, had a fly out and a strikeout, but then they got 2 back-to-back singles that ended up plating 2 runs, and so they tightened it to 7-2. In the 5th inning, once again, the Governors with a strong showing. They started off with a double, followed that off with another double, had a fly out, and then a walk, a single, and another single, and they had closed the gap at that point to 7-6. Heading into the 6th inning. But the 6th inning proved to be the big one for the Bisons. They started off with a walk to Brian Moore, followed by a single to Haddon Adams, a single from Tiger Borum, a walk to Chaz Bertolani. Chris Bachelor was hit by a pitch, and then a single off the bat of Carter Smith, followed by Robbie Merced with a single. And so from that combination of base hits, walks, and hit by pitch, the Bisons put up 7 runs to stretch their lead out to 14-6. Austin Peay got one back in the 7th, 2 quick outs, and then a walk and a double, followed by another walk and a balk, which brought in a run. But that would end the scoring as the Governors were retired in order in the 8th and the 9th innings with no further scoring, leading us to our final score of 14-7. Time of the game tonight is 3 hours and 55 minutes. And fans, a reminder that the next action for Lipscomb baseball will be this Thursday night as the Bisons begin a 3-game series against Bellarmine. Game time on Thursday night, 6 p.m., Friday night at 6 p.m., and Saturday at 2 p.m. That will also be our next telecast. Check in with LipscombSports.com or follow on Twitter for Lipscomb Bison Baseball to check the exact details on the broadcast location and time. Our special thanks to Lipscomb Athletic Director Philip Hutchison, to Associate Athletic Director Brent McMillan, Director of Sports Communications Kirk Downs, and Baseball Communications Directors Jack Bloom and Hannah Jo Riley. I want to thank my co-host Erica Plunkett for her outstanding work as always today. And this is Doc Allen saying thanks for your time this time, and till next time, so long. You've been watching Lipscomb Bisons Baseball on YouTube Live.